me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
All right. Here we go.
All right. Guess we die. And that's the game.
There we go.
Hey guys, Ray Cash here.
All right. Fuck. I got my back popped in today. Because my back has been out for like 6 months. So. And it's been like making it hard to get out of bed every morning. To where I have to like stretch and everything every single time I try to get out of bed. So, hopefully that's helped and I'll be feeling better, have more energy, you know? But, fuck, bro, I'm so upset at myself that I'm down to, expert because of my giant loss. Like, my losing spree that I had fucking sucked. I was almost a grand master and then I got knocked down to expert because of the losing spree that I had. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I got rusty or why that happened. Rusty or unlucky, I don't know. Probably a little bit of both. I don't know why I would get rusty. I've been playing every day almost. So I don't know. But anyways, we are going to, as we usually do, watch a video about the passage of the week, the Bible passage of the week. So this week is the prodigal son, Luke 15:11 through 32. It's like one of the most well-known passages in the Bible, but I think that it's a good one. So we'll watch a video on that. And
we're going to continue with our study of the gospel
play a
according
game
to
of
Saint
Risk.
Luke. And in our last session,
And then we'll get into some news stories that I have. One news story, actually I have 2 news stories about Christians being arrested or being charged with crimes that I think is is just stupid because they didn't charge any of the leftists during the riots and tearing down statues, but a bunch of Christians are going to jail right now for protests that didn't even turn into riots, and one guy tore down a statue of Baphomet, and now he is facing a felony charge. So it's just crazy, the world we live in. It honestly is making me like black-pilled on America right now. It's upsetting. But here we go.
Our study, we were in the 15th chapter of Luke's Gospel, and I was dealing with the parable of the lost son, or otherwise known as the parable of the prodigal son, and I joined it with the earlier parables of the lost sheep and the lost coin, and so was only able to get through a portion of the beginning of that parable. So this morning, I'm going to read again from Luke 15, beginning with verse 14 and reading through the end of the chapter. And I'd like the congregation please to stand for the reading of the Word of God. But when he had spent all, there arose a severe famine in that land, and he began to be in want. Then he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him into his fields to feed swine. And he would gladly have filled his stomach with the pods that the swine ate, but no one gave him anything. And when he came to himself, he said, "How many of my father's hired servants have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? I will arise and go to my father, and will say to him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before you, and I'm no longer worthy to be called your
And after those two stories, then we'll get into doing some research on the border crisis.
son. Make me like one of your hired servants. And he arose and came to his father. But when he was still a great way off, his father saw him and had compassion, and ran and fell on his neck and kissed him. And the son said to him, Father, I've sinned against heaven and in your sight, and am no longer worthy to be called your son. But the father said to his servants, Bring out the best robe, put it on him, put a ring on his hand and sandals on his feet, and bring the fatted calf here and kill it, and let us eat and be merry. For this my son was dead, and is alive again. He was lost, and is found. And they began to be merry. Now his older son was in the field, and as he came and drew near to the house, he heard music and dancing. So he called one of the servants and asked what these things meant. And he said to him, Your brother has come, and because he has received him safe and sound, your father has killed the fatted calf. But he was angry and would not go in. And therefore his father came out and pleaded with him. And so he answered and said to his
Can't give it
father,
good luck.
Lo, these many years I've been serving you. I never transgressed your commandment at any time. And yet you never gave me a young goat, that I might make merry with my friends. But as soon as this son of yours came, that devoured your livelihood with harlots, you killed the fatted calf for him. And he said to him, Son, you are always with me, and all that I have is yours. It was right that we should make merry and be glad.
All right, I'm
For
in
your
the
brother
third
was
seat.
dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. This parable is one of the most popular parables ever given by our Lord for good reason. It is filled with the poignancy of compassion, of forgiveness, and of love. You recall the context in which it was given was when the Pharisees complained that Jesus was spending time with sinners. And in response to those complaints, our Lord told this parable and two shorter ones to speak of the joy in heaven that occurs when that which is lost is found. This is the teaching of Jesus. Please receive it as such and be seated. Let us pray. Father, whenever we begin to think about the breadth and the width and the depth of your grace and tender mercy, we are overwhelmed. We are journeying into areas that we cannot fully grasp or understand. And here in this story given by Jesus, we need your help to really understand it, that this word may pass through our minds, into our hearts, and into our souls, and that you would give us ears to hear what our Savior has said. For we ask it in his name. Amen. Meanwhile, back in the pigsty, I said 2 weeks ago when we stopped at midpoint of this parable that I would begin the next time with those words. Meanwhile, not back at the ranch, but meanwhile, back in the pig pen, where we left this prodigal son in his state of great want. Now, we understand that there's a principle of hermeneutics, a principle of interpreting the Bible, that for the most part, parables are to be interpreted because of one central point. And the one point that links together these three parables in chapter 15 of Luke's Gospel is the point of rejoicing that occurs when that which is lost is found. And so probably I should focus my attention this morning principally on that same rejoicing that takes place when the lost son returns home. But though I will look at that briefly, that will not be my chief consideration. Each one of these parables, the parable of the lost sheep, the parable of the lost coin, and the parable of the lost son, each one of these has a critical turning point within them. Obviously, in the parable of the lost sheep, after the shepherd had searched far and wide, and for a long time looking for that one sheep, that moment comes when in the distance he hears the bleating of that frightened lamb. And he finds it and tenderly picks it up and puts it on his shoulder and brings it home to the sheepfold. The turning point in the parable of the lost coin was when that woman, frightened at the loss of 10% of her net worth, swept the house clean until she saw that tiny little glitter of silver that made her realize that she found it. Well, if there's a turning point in the parable of the prodigal son, I believe it's in these words, verse 17. But when he came to himself, he said, how many of my father's hired servants have bread enough to spare, and I perish with hunger? I will arise and go to my father and say to him, Father, I've sinned against heaven and before you, and am no longer worthy to be called your son. Here the crisis moment occurs, according to Jesus, when it says, he came to himself. That's a strange way to put it, isn't it? We had just read that he had gone through his inheritance, wasted it in extravagant and lawless living in a far country where he was anonymous. We learned that suddenly he was penniless, and at the same time a severe famine came upon the land, and he began to be in want. He was out of money. He didn't have a job. He didn't have any food. And the only position he could secure was that from a swineherder who had him go into the pig pen to watch after the swine. And even there, he was so hungry that he yearned even just to have one bite of the slop that was being fed to the pigs. Just let me have one of those pods that you come to feed the swine. And then in this state of ruin, where he had come to the end of himself and actually hit bottom. And I mentioned that we all are aware of people whose lives go in such a destructive path that it gets worse and worse and worse, and we pray for them and counsel them and try to encourage them, but we sometimes get the sense that nothing is going to change until they hit bottom. Sometimes that bottom is bankruptcy, sometimes that bottom is prison, sometimes that bottom is not reached until they lie at the bottom of their graves. But in this case, this prodigal son hit bottom. And when he hit bottom, he said, and it said of him, and he came to himself. Now, my question is, how did he come to himself? And what I'd like to consider this morning is this, that this young man came to himself, but not by himself. He had no resources left to arouse himself from his dogmatic slumber, his torpid state. There was no alarm clock powerful enough to wake him up. He was moribund, already spiritually dead, but now biologically that close to physical death. No strength was left in his bones. and yet he came. Now, how do we use that phrase in our English language? Of whom do we say they came to? We're thinking of people who have been knocked unconscious, or people who have slipped into a coma, and they're in that comatose state. They don't speak, they barely move at all. And then sometimes their eyes will open. They regain consciousness. And we say, they came to. They woke up. Well, this man in the pig pen came to. He woke up from his almost fatal slumber. He came to himself, but not by himself. I think we're all aware of the man the Encyclopedia Britannica calls America's most brilliant intellectual and philosopher, the 18th century Puritan preacher and writer, Jonathan Edwards. If you know nothing else of Jonathan Edwards, you know of his famous sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, which sermon he didn't preach at his parish in Northampton. Those people would have probably perished from hearing it. But he preached rather at Enfield, Connecticut, where when people heard it for the first time, they were passing out in the pews. So vivid was the imagery Edwards used of God's judgment. Well, that's the sermon for which he's most famous. It was preached in 1841. But 7 years earlier, he preached another sermon, which sermon catapulted him into the public eye in New England and throughout the colonies. That sermon was an exposition of the great confession given by Peter. And that sermon was titled, A Divine and Supernatural Light. And in that magnificent sermon, which I urge you to get a hold of and read in its entirety, Edwards commenting on the confession of St. Peter at Caesarea Philippi when Jesus said to his disciples, "Who do men say that I am?" And some of them answered by Simon, some say you're Elijah, some say you're the prophet, some say you're this, some say you're that. Jesus, okay, who do you say that I am? You've been with me. You've heard the things that I've said. You've beheld with your eyes the things that I've done. What do you think? Who do you say that I am? And you recall Simon's reply. Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And do you remember what Jesus said to him? He pronounced a benediction on Simon. And he said to him, "Blessed are you, Simon Bar-Jonah. Flesh and blood hath not revealed this to you, but my Father who is in heaven." Now, when Edwards talked about a divine and supernatural light, he distinguished sharply between the divine and the human, between the supernatural and the natural, between those things that we can learn through the exercise of our own intellects, as severely hampered by sin as they may be. Even in our fallen condition, we can still add 2 and 2 and come up with 4. We can still work simple syllogisms. And anybody with half a brain watching Jesus during his earthly sojourn should have been able naturally and humanly to recognize who he was. They should have said, "We've been doing our detective work, Jesus. We've been studying the scriptures. We watched what you did at Canaan. We've heard your teachings, as profound as they are. And logic has driven us to the conclusion, you must be the Messiah, the Christ."
Yeah.
Try these jeans on.
Ugh. Give me a second.
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
Did you take the burger out?
You must be the son of.
What?
Did you take the burger out?
No.
I know you fucking didn't.
Shh. Be quiet.
Motherfucker. Good at me. Come turn these jeans on real quick.
1 second, please. You attack Green. I got my own problems. There we go.
the living God. But you know, they didn't get there. And Jesus said to Simon, blessed are you because you haven't learned this, you haven't seen this, you haven't understood this by your flesh or blood or by your natural brilliance. But my Father has opened your eyes. He's awakened you. He has given you light that nature does not afford. He has provided illumination that the power of the intellect cannot create. And so, Simon, because of this divine and supernatural light, you're blessed because you see me for what I am. Nobody ever comes to the saving knowledge of Jesus Christ without that divine and supernatural light. You may study theology and make A's in the course. You may have a profound and profoundly correct, theologically accurate understanding of the person and work of Jesus, but a saving knowledge wherein you not only know it with your head, but it is filling your soul and burning your heart. That can't happen unless God himself visits you and awakens you by that divine and supernatural light.
Yeah, I was like,
Now, in all probability, this parable was a fictitious story that Jesus made up for illustration. I doubt very much if he was recalling an event that actually took place in space and time. But let's just assume for a moment that there was such a person as this prodigal son who had wasted his life, his father's money, and his own soul until he was living with pigs. Suppose that really happened and he came to himself. Well, at that moment, dear friends, that man, instead of being the most destitute man in all of the world, was the most blessed man in all of the world.
Pink's
Because he
fucked.
came to himself, not by himself, but by a divine and supernatural light that awakened him to truth, to the truth of God, and to the truth of himself. Martin Lloyd-Jones, the great preacher of Great Britain in the early part of the 20th century, it was said of him that when he preached, it was logic on fire. And Lloyd-Jones used to say that he was preaching, praying that God would use the power of his word and join it with the Holy Spirit so that people sitting under his preaching would be awakened. And they were awakened to the sweetness and to the loveliness and to the excellency of Christ. But Lloyd-Jones went on to say, but there is no awakening without first the Spirit bringing conviction of sin that drives people to Christ. They must hear the law before they will hear the gospel. Good news is not good news until you understand its antithesis, until you're aware of the bad news. Now again, beloved, you don't need a divine and supernatural light to know that you're a sinner. Even in your fallen condition, and even though your conscience may have calluses on it, it hasn't been annihilated. And you know that you have sinned against God. The worst sinner will admit to err is human. To forgive is divine. But there is a mighty difference between a natural awareness of your shortcomings and of your sin and a spiritual conviction in your soul brought by the immediate power of God the Holy Spirit. There are many people who know that they are sinners, who are not born again. But no one can be born again without knowing that he or she is a sinner. So with this awakening to the beauty and sweetness of Christ, also comes with it a profound conviction of sin. And we see it with the prodigal son, because we notice here that as soon as he comes to himself, he said, I will arise. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to leave this pigsty. I'm going to have done with this lifestyle that brought me here.
Mm-hmm.
And I will go to my Father. And when I go to my Father, I'll have something to say to him. And here is what he resolved to say. Father, I've sinned against heaven and against you. Notice the order of these words that he resolves to say. I'm going to go to my Father. I'm going to apologize to my Father. I'm going to confess to my Father that I've sinned against my Father. But my sin against my Father is not an isolated thing on this terrestrial ball. No, first and primary, my sin is against God. And so I will say to my Father, Father, I've sinned against heaven and before you, and I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Whatever it takes, Father, forgive me. You don't need to restore me. Make me one of your servants. I'll work for you like I worked for the man who put me into the pigsty. I'll be your slave. But I want to be home. And I want to be reconciled with you. And so he arose. And Luke tells us that Jesus said he came to his Father. First he came to himself, now he came to his Father. How he got to his Father, we don't know. He obviously didn't have the money to buy a donkey or a camel or a horse, and we know that he was in a far country, and so presumably the only way this young man could ever get home was by walking. And already his clothes held the stench of the pigs, and they were tattered. And his shoes had disintegrated. So as he stunk, he walked, and he walked. No shoes on his feet. His clothes, filthy rags, and in tatters. Every step was painful. He could have stopped and decided to go back to his comfort with the pigs. But he kept on going. And unlike the woman who turned up.
Okay, does he kill? It was 6 straight. I kind of fucked up here by having my I didn't know that that was going to happen yet. I think red's going to win.
Heaven and earth to find her coin, and the good shepherd who searched far and wide to find the lost sheep. There's nothing in this parable about the father sending out a search party to find his son. He waited and he prayed that the prodigal son would someday come home. And one day, in the distance, the father saw somebody approaching. Too far away to see the face or the hair features. But instantly he knew that the one who was coming was his son.
Is he going
How
to
did he know
unlock
it?
my stack?
Oh, Jesus doesn't tell us.
Please
I remember
unlock my stack.
my father's funeral. when our preacher gave the funeral sermon and eulogy, he mentioned in the sermon, he said, whenever I would be in my study in the church and I would hear footsteps coming up the stairs, I always knew when it was Bob Sproul. I could tell by the sound of his footfall. And my mother burst into tears next to me. And after the funeral, I said, Mom, what was all that about? I don't know anything distinctive about the way my dad walked. And she smiled at me. She said, son, it's just the way he was. It was that characteristic gait, the way he carried himself. And our minister knew it by the sound of his feet. I think it must have been something like that the father observed at a distance. He could see the way the boy was walking. He could see the way he carried himself. He could see his gait, and he knew it was his son. And immediately he hiked up his robe and he buckled it and girded himself around the waist, and in his weak and elderly legs, he started running down the road. Not with his finger outstretched and saying, where have you been, young man? But when he got to his son, he fell on his neck and he kissed him. And the son says, Father, wait a minute. Father, I've sinned against heaven and in your sight. I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Look at me. Smell me. Look at my feet. Look at the filthy rags I'm wearing on my body. Does this look like one of your children? I'm not worthy.
He knows that he won, but I'm not gonna.
Entered the kingdom of God, saying, "Well, here I am, folks. Heaven wouldn't be right without me." This is the only way you get to heaven: broken and dependent on grace. And grace alone. So the father said to his servants, I want you to do a few things for me. The first thing I want you to do is cover these filthy rags. I want you to go in and I want you to get the best robe you can find in the house and put it on him. No one has ever entered the kingdom of God without wearing the robe of the righteousness of Christ. All of our own righteousness, the scriptures tell us, is as filthy rags. And the first thing that happens to us when we are born of the Spirit is just as God knelt down and covered his shameful sinners, Adam and Eve, so he covers us with the robe of Christ.
He's a master.
And of his righteousness. And don't forget the family ring. Give him the ring that signifies not that he's a servant here or a slave, but that he's my son. Put a ring on his hand and sandals on his feet. And then I want you to bring the fatted calf. I don't want you to go out and into the cow field and find a scrawny, lean, good-for-nothing little cow. You know the one I want, the one that we've been saving for a special occasion. The one we've been feeding with the best food, fattening him up for a party that won't quit. Get the fatted calf.
For a party that won't
kill
quit.
It, because we're going to eat and be merry. Because this, my son, was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. You know, the sad part of this story, that as we hear these words, there are people in this room right now who are dead and who are lost. And I pray that God, the Holy Spirit, with a divine and supernatural light, will quicken their souls to newness of life and awaken them from their sleep that they may be found and no more lost. Now his older son, who obviously represents the Pharisees in their complaints, was in the field. He was coming in from the field, and as he came close to the house, he heard all the music and the dancing. He knew that there was a party going on. He didn't know why, so he called one of the servants and said, "What do these things mean? What's this all about? Why the music? Why the dancing?" The servant couldn't wait to tell him. He said, "Hey, guess what? Your brother came home. And because he's been received safe and sound, your father has killed the fatted calf." What? He's throwing a party for him? He was so angry, we were told he wouldn't even go in and join the party. So the father came to him, and we said, didn't just talk to him. He begged him, "Son, come in. Rejoice." Instead, he said to his father, "How many years have I been serving you? I never transgressed your commandment. You never gave me a young goat to party with. But as soon as this son of yours, not this brother of mine, but this son of yours came, who devoured your livelihood with harlots, you killed the fatted calf for him." Father said, "Son, you're always with me, and all that I have is yours. It's right that we should make merry and be glad. It's right that we rejoice when someone who is lost is found. It is right that we celebrate when one who is spiritually dead by the supernatural and divine light of God is made alive again. For your brother was dead and is alive again. He was lost, but now he's found." And while we're eating the fatted calf, the angels are having a party in heaven.
Come on, get that 5 out of there.
We turn now in the Word of God to Luke 15. Our text this morning is Luke chapter 15. We begin in verse 11 with a very familiar parable of our Lord, probably his best known and most memorable parable, called the parable of the prodigal son. Charles Dickens said this was the greatest short story ever written, and so did Ralph Waldo Emerson, a couple of gentlemen who could spin a fair yarn themselves. It is likely the most rich and inexhaustible of Jesus' parables, and yet at the same time, a child can grasp its basic truth. When we come to a parable like this, it's really critical for us to remember that the Bible is a Middle Eastern book. It is an ancient Middle Eastern book. Its truths are set in a culture that is very distant from our own. We live in the Western world a couple of thousand years after this, have little first-hand experience with life in the Middle East, either ancient or modern. And it's all too easy for us to rip this story out of its context, and to transport it into our modern world and make some applications that are minimalist at best. This deserves more than a bare bones treatment. It is not a story that can be superficially understood as to its richness and therefore its message. There are nuances, there are subtleties, there are cultural attitudes and features here that give it its full meaning. And remember, whatever the Bible meant to the people to whom it was written, it means today. Whatever Jesus meant to the people to whom he spoke is exactly what his words mean today. And one of the sad realities of our modern world is that we're in a hurry to read the Bible and apply the Bible without ever interpreting it. And in an effort which is rather relentless to try to update the Bible, we ignore its original context in a hurry to push it into the 21st century. But if we are to draw out of this what God intended us to know and what He intended to reveal for our edification, it is critical that we understand that we must hear it the way the audience of Jesus heard it. There were in their minds ingrained ideas, ingrained cultural attitudes, ingrained patterns, unspoken feelings and sensibilities that existed in a Middle Eastern peasant village life. And these are the things that illuminate the story. These are the things that make it live, and these are the things that will allow us to live in it. Christ spoke to a Middle Eastern peasant people. The Gospels basically address people in that context. Even most of the educated people of that time would have their root in simple agrarian village life. What went on in their culture and their social life and what was embedded for generations in their sensibilities much still exists even today in Middle Eastern peasant life. There were things felt but never spoken. There were deep attitudes that are never articulated, not even consciously apprehended. They have been in the subconscious for so long. And if we are to grasp the mastery of this great story and all its spiritual meaning, we've got to go back and do the best we can to put ourselves in that very place and time. We need to place ourselves in the attitudes, the expectations of a Middle Eastern peasant village culture. Then we can begin to find the richness of this story being illuminated to our minds. Now, before we look at the story, a bit of background so that we know where we are. Christ is on his way to Jerusalem, the last months of his life. He is intending to offer himself as God's perfect sacrifice for sin, die on the cross, and then on the following Sunday rise again from the dead, having accomplished our redemption. He has been ministering now for nearly 3 years and preaching the message of the kingdom of God and repentance and calling men and women to enter into the kingdom of God through repentance and faith in Him as the Messiah and the Lord God. He has developed some relentless enemies.
Bro,
the
does he
Pharisees
slam
and the
into
scribes.
that?
They are basically the architects of the popular religion of Judaism at the time. They have their influence in the synagogues, which are the local assemblies of Jewish people where they come together to be taught. They are the primary influencing force. They are legalistic. They are corrupt inwardly. They are hypocritical. They are hostile to Jesus. And yet they have the greatest amount of influence. And so you have basically a populace that for the most part is either hostile or indifferent to Jesus under their influence. And that ultimately comes down upon his head as they scream for his blood in Jerusalem and take away his life. The resentment of the Pharisees and the scribes is due to the fact that Jesus directly confronted them on their hypocrisy. He identified them as self-righteous and not truly righteous. He identified them as not truly understanding the Scripture or the will of God. He told them they did not know God. They did not know the true way of salvation. He told them they were excluded from the kingdom of God because they were inwardly corrupt and they were headed to divine judgment. This is not what they wanted to hear. And though he said it with compassion and mercy and grace, and though he said it repeatedly in all kinds of settings,
I could have done that
no
to
matter
you.
how he said it, they hated it. And so, wanting to attack Jesus back, they came up with the worst possible thing they could say about him, and that is that he did what he did by the power of Satan. The very opposite of representing God, they said he represents the devil himself, and what he says is demonic and hellish. That was their conviction, and so that is the lie that they spread throughout the land. Any way and every way they could find to affirm that lie, they did so. And one way that they found apparently to be very effective was to say to the people, look with whom Jesus associates. He doesn't associate with God's people. He associates with the devil's people. He associates with tax collectors, prostitutes, criminals, the general category called sinners. And whenever they could identify Jesus as associating with sinners, they loved to do that as a way to discredit him, to affirm that he was comfortable with Satan's people and uncomfortable with the people of God, whom they believed themselves to be. And so that is the occasion that precipitates the stories that Jesus tells in Luke 15. In verse 1, it says, "All the tax gatherers and the sinners were coming near him to listen to him." They came because, as you noted at the end of chapter 14, the last statement, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear," they were willing to listen. And so they came. And both the Pharisees and the scribes, who were the theological experts in the Pharisees movement, began to grumble, saying, "This man receives sinners and eats with them." And of course, eating with someone was tacit affirmation and approval. And so they were outraged. They would not associate with these kinds of people. They would not eat with these people by any means. They kept themselves aloof from all of these kinds of people in some self-designed effort to protect their own imagined purity. Despite the miracles of Jesus, which were inescapable, they never did try to deny them. Despite his ample evidence of his deity, despite the power and the clarity and the transforming nature of his words, they kept coming back to the fact that he was satanic, and it was evident on this occasion because he was associating with the people who belonged to the devil. He not only violated the traditions of Judaism, violated the customs of the Pharisees and the scribes, he not only had no regard for their treatment of the Sabbath or their other rules, but especially he associated himself with the unrighteous outcasts. And so they brought this up again here, as they had in chapter 5, verses 29 to 32. Same complaint. Now this sets off an answer from our Lord. And the answer is a pretty simple answer. You don't get it, do you? The reason I associate with these sinners is because I have come to seek and to save that which is lost, as he says explicitly in Luke 19:10. I do this because it is the Father's joy. It is God's joy to save lost sinners. And he goes on to tell a story about a shepherd who had 100 sheep, and he lost one and went and found it, brought the sheep back, and says, what is the point of the story? Verse 7, I tell you, in the same way, there will be more joy in heaven over one sinner who repents than over 99 righteous persons who need no repentance. And that is a sarcastic rebuke of the Pharisees themselves, who thought they were righteous and needed no repentance. Heaven has no joy in you. Heaven's joy is in the recovery of a lost sinner who repents. And then he told a second story about a woman who had 10 silver coins and lost one and went on a search until it was found. And again in verse 10, in the same way I tell you, there's joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents. What he is saying to them is, you are so far from God. You don't even understand what makes God have joy. You don't understand what causes God to be content, satisfied, and joyful. It is the recovery of sinners. You are so far from knowing God. And that, of course, then leads to the third story, which is the main parable. We have seen the recovery of a lost sheep and a lost coin, and here is the recovery of a lost son. But this story is intended to demonstrate the same thing, the joy of God over the recovery of a lost sinner. But this story goes even beyond that. And it identifies the nature of repentance. Repentance has been mentioned in verse 7 and mentioned in verse 10, but never defined. In this story, it is fully defined. And for the first time in this story, the Pharisees and the scribes actually appear. They are a character in this story. And we see them in all their ugliness. And so did they see themselves. And that's the surprise ending of the story. Up to that point, they were pretty much in agreement with the story. And that was always Christ's approach, to get them to buy into the story in terms of interest and understanding, and then to get them to understand the ethical issues in the story because they celebrated their own high level of ethics, and then to take their own ethical understanding and turn it on them and make the theology of the story like a knife that penetrated their sinful hearts. All of that happens and a lot more in this story. The first two stories about the sheep and the coin emphasize God as the seeker, the one who finds and the one who rejoices. But the third story looks not so much at the divine side, but at the human side: sin, repentance, recovery, and rejection. This is a dramatic story. This is a moving story. All of it is deeply interesting and impactful on the thinking of anyone who is gripped by divine truth. Now, the story doesn't contain everything that needs to be said about salvation. It's not the whole of salvation theology, but it does lead us to the cross, which is yet to happen, because it's a story of reconciliation. And there is no reconciliation apart from the death of Christ, who, having paid the penalty in full for the sinner, provides reconciliation. But the cross is not in the story. It's
Fuck, bro. This game, it's just because I, Oh, he might not be able to kill me. Huh. Oh, shit, I didn't even notice. That sucks.
Well, this morning,
I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
This entire challenge, I've been getting water out of this sink. And I'm gonna be honest, it tastes disgusting.
How did YouTube Kids get this awful? And is there anything we can do to protect children?
Sick.
Children from its influence? You see, ever since ElsaGate, YouTube Kids hasn't been able to shake its shady reputation. It isn't hard to understand why. The platform was a cruel joke. Something which Google had released to safeguard children had exactly the opposite effect. Instead of protecting young viewers, it put them all in one place for people to take advantage of. The channels and the videos spreading this content has been building for 2 years before people finally started taking notice. Channels like Toys in Japan, Superhero Freak Family, and Kid Toy Media were pumping out videos every day on the platform, but one quick look would tell you why they were anything but kid friendly.
What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck is this? And this one. What? Like these ones, like that's just weird. But like, these ones are like weirdly sexual. I don't like it.
There were a few genres. Channels like Toys in Japan specialized in churning out countless crude animations, often accompanied by some crackly recording of a nursery rhyme. As the song droned on, various characters would make an appearance and float around the screen or dance on a zoomed-in hand.
There's Hitler. Hitler's dancing with Mickey Mouse. That's fucking hilarious.
There were loud sound effects and bright flashes everywhere to keep the little ones from getting bored. The characters involved could be anyone, from superheroes and Disney princesses all the way to historical dictators. But ultimately, the specific characters and content for these channels didn't really matter. Instead, it was all about keeping the videos rhythmic, colorful, and repetitive. Unnoticed by most viewers, these videos picked up thousands or even millions of views from children. And you can imagine how this would happen. A parent would leave their kid in front of their iPad with a kid's video playing, something they chose and what they thought was appropriate. Once it ended, autoplay would play a slightly similar video, then another, then another. Eventually, the kid's just sitting there watching Hitler v Mickey Mouse Finger Family or Five Little Shrek jumping on the bed. How did this happen? YouTube Kids is supposed to be extremely filtered down, with ensured safety for children. While everything about these videos was designed to game the algorithm, they'd fill the description and even the title with as many buzzwords as possible. The tags would all be things that kids might search for. The thumbnails would be full of bright colors and recognizable faces. All of this wasn't just to get kids to click on them though. It was to convince YouTube's video selection process that it was a great kids video totally related to whatever a kid might be watching. And the fact that they were often chosen by autoplay helped as well. If a kid was happily just watching whatever YouTube gave them, then they're far more likely to just let it play till the end. And YouTube's algorithm would see this trend and assume the crude cartoon was an amazing video that kids would often watch to the end. And with tons of channels uploading these every day, they only needed a few of them to stick. Then once they were on one of these videos, they were far more likely to get recommended to watch another one. It's a theory that explains lots of weird quirks of these videos, as often these videos would have huge view counts, but only a small amount of comments. Comments that were either random letters and gibberish or unconnected words. Some people suggested it might be some sort of hidden code or message. It was far more likely though that this was just the product of kids mashing the screen and posting suggested words or random keystrokes. Something that
Bro, why would that person put a devil horns? Like, what is he planning on slamming into someone already?
would happen with a 3-year-old messing around with mummy's iPad. That, or they were another ploy to trick the algorithm. A few bot accounts posting gibberish would make the videos seem like they were getting more engagement, pushing them further up in the algorithm. These were all the techniques that channels like Toys in Japan used, but why was it called ElsaGate in the first place? But before we continue, I want to tell you about something that's made a huge difference in my writing. Like many of you who work, I'm constantly juggling emails and writing for the channel, but this isn't always easy. However, this is where Grammarly comes in. It's not just for those who write a lot, who have important writing to do, it's for anyone who wants to make a greater impact with their everyday communication. Grammarly is this incredible AI writing partner that helps everyone write better and faster. When I use Grammarly, my writing is so much clearer and more compelling. It's great for writing quick emails, or even writing these scripts. It's like having an expert editor right there with you making your point so much more compelling. But it's not just that. Grammarly's AI speeds up the writing process significantly. Whether it's drafting up a quick email or crafting the sentences in these scripts, it saves me so much time. And in fact, professionals actually spend about 88% of their work week communicating, and written communication is a huge part of this. But Grammarly has been refining their communication AI for 14 years and is trusted by tens of millions of professionals. In fact, 96% of Grammarly users report more impactful writing by using it. Not to mention they also respect your privacy at the same time. Grammarly does not sell your data to any third parties to train their AI models, and we as users have full control over our data, so much so that you can actually request a personal data report at any time to see what's associated with your account. And the best part is, Grammarly is free to use. All the features I've shown you are available in the free version, and you can sign up today and download it for free using my link, grammarly.com/moon. Well, as well as the dancing dictators and the poorly recorded nursery rhymes, there was also a different kind of video. Some channels use all the same tricks that we just talked about, but they made live action content instead. And at first, it could seem kind of innocent. Just people dressed up like Spider-Man, Batman, or Elsa making funny faces and doing weird stuff on camera. There wasn't really any dialogue or story, just loud noises and bad acting. But it was the content that was the problem. It would have been so easy for these channels to have their poorly costume actors get into child-friendly situations. Instead, they seemed like they were getting out of their way to make them do the most disturbing things possible. One video showed the Joker kidnapping Elsa and throwing her in the trunk of a car. Another showed
Yeah, I don't know why they would do this. Like, what's the point?
Spider-Man getting pregnant. The worst though were the videos that were clearly inspired by fetish content, where they showcased fake portrayals of the characters ingesting bodily fluids or performing medical procedures on each other. Some of the scenes even bordered on snuff content. It was all truly disturbing. It was as offensive and provocative as possible, all set in a kid-friendly coating of overacting, colours and exaggerated expressions. Toddlers and children who didn't understand it would be taught that this was normal, or if they were old enough to at least understand it, it could make them watch more videos and learn about these things far too early on in their lives. And as traumatic as it might prove for the kids in the audience, they were at least better off than some of the kids starring in the videos, as awfully lots of these videos had real children in costume playing along with the scenarios. One of the most prolific channels posting this content was called Webs and Tiaras. Even a full year before the scandal really took off, they had amassed over 1 billion views on these sorts of videos. In May of 2016,
So weird.
Webs and Tiaras was the third most watched channel on the entire site. The strange thing was though that despite these crazy stats, barely anyone had heard of it. Other than one prophetic news article, people were barely paying attention. It called into question how real the views really were. How could millions of kids be watching this without anyone noticing for years? Either Webs and Tiaras and channels like them were using bot accounts and spoofing massive view counts, or the millions of iPad kids watching were even more neglected than we thought they were. But once internet commentators and mainstream media started taking notice, it did seem like this was all gonna be over, as YouTube cracked down and started banning ElsaGate channels by the hundreds, if not thousands. Some of the channels even faced criminal proceedings. One channel called Toy Freaks, ran by a single father and his 2 children, was investigated by the US authorities for child abuse. But despite the kids clearly suffering and hating every minute of it, the authorities didn't go any further.
What did he do that was child abuse?
Instead, the dad was free to line his own pockets and keep all the money that his 8.5 million subscribers had made for him. YouTube then spent a year cleaning up their kids app, slowly banning and removing more of these channels and videos as time went on. And honestly, that's where the story should have ended. In fact, these channels should never have been so big in the first place. But the underlying problem still existed. The YouTube algorithm hasn't really changed. It still rewards exactly the same things that made the disturbing ElsaGate videos so popular. Lots of the content remained floating around the site, popping up in recommended feeds. But by the time 2020 rolled around, the whole situation was ready to play out all over again. The pandemic had forced the world's children out of school and inside, while most of their parents were still working. It meant that there were a ton of more unattended children, with YouTube Kids serving as the surrogate parent. For slimy content farms looking to exploit children for a quick buck, it was an opportunity. They suddenly had a new massive audience of children, and YouTube was busy dealing with the influx of new users. But this time was different. The techniques had evolved and the content had changed. Similar live action videos to the ElsaGate scandal started popping up again. But whilst they're still around, the live action content farms have taken a backseat to new formats that are
Bro, this guy is like annoying the piss out of me by making all these weird faces and like all the
far quicker and easier to make. The characters that these channels are using have also changed. Instead of Elsa and Spider-Man, they've switched to other faces the kids are more likely to be interested in. Playtime Poppy is everywhere as well, having mostly taken over the Five Nights at Freddy's role of kids' horror mascots. Ultimately though, the actual characters don't really matter. As we've seen previously, and as we're gonna see today, you can use stick figures and it wouldn't make a difference. The actual traits and everything about the characters doesn't factor into the videos. They're just featured to get the kids to watch in the first place. Let's take a look at one of the new specialists in mass-produced kids content, a channel called Fasttoon. Instead of live action, they've made nearly 500 versions of pretty much the same cartoon, with all the Elsa-Gate features that you'd expect. The thumbnails are often based around farting, pregnancy, Among Us crewmates with big butts, or whatever they think might catch the interest of young children. Now, the actual videos are tamer than some of the earlier Elsa-Gate content, but not by much. It's still the same mind-numbing empty garbage. The editing is so fast that they don't even have time to finish the soundboard noises they throw in every second.
What the fuck?
And with over 1.6 million subscribers and over 800 million views, they're raking it in. Despite how much YouTube censors everyone else or tries to push these channels out of the eyes of the media, it's always been a problem ever since 2016. And while the content will change and the actual channels themselves will change as well, the underlying problems are still there. YouTube's algorithm isn't just exploitable, it rewards the disturbing stuff that these channels pump out. It's a tragedy that the thumbnails you're seeing now and the videos that accompany them are what's breaking the innocence of potentially millions of children around the world. They're being prematurely introduced into an adult world that they don't understand and that could have serious detrimental effects on their development. Kids watching these channels will see these disturbing things, but it will be accompanied by everything they find entertaining and exciting as well. They like Among Us, they like loud sound effects and energetic pacing, and that gets wrapped up in things they don't understand, but will still find fascinating in some way. They must do, or these channels wouldn't bother adding it in. For them, it's just another tool in their kit, a means of an end to get children's attention, which is really creepy. And we don't really know how children develop their tastes as they grow older, at least not enough to predict the outcome of this. It's a branch of science that's obviously got massive ethical boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. But what are the generation of iPad kids going to be like in the future, when they're being brought up by these people on their screens? The worst among us are raising our children. And the fact that kids have been bombarded with this content every time they open up YouTube is an awful global experiment. A dystopian experiment that we don't know what will do to our children's brains. YouTube can block out as many comment sections in old videos or movie clips as it wants, though its poor moderation and automated detection system are clearly lacking, as YouTube is letting these channels slip under the radar, letting these channels bundle up adult themes and content with everything else. And as AI progresses and these channels can automate more and more of the workload, it'll only get worse. They'll be able to crank out awful animations every single day, flooding YouTube with them even more than they already are. And the barrier for entry will get lower, and even more people will be able to set one of these channels up. One of YouTube's failed solutions is their side app that the kids are meant to stay on, but most kids don't watch YouTube Kids, they just watch YouTube, and sooner or later they'll graduate to the main app and see this all for themselves. One difference now though is that they'll be far more likely to go into YouTube Shorts than watch longer videos, and inevitably wherever the kids go, these channels will follow them. Some of the channels that specialize in these shorts show us exactly why we need to be careful here. Finil from Ohio is a strange channel that almost exclusively uploaded shorts clearly intended for children. And the formula is pretty simple. Footage of a mobile game on the bottom of the screen plays, while the sound effects and pictures at the top react to what's happening. It's not the adult nature of the content itself that's disturbing, although some of that is still present. The thumbnails are full of recognizable faces and cartoon sexualized imagery to grab kids' attention. But at this point, this is just normal, unfortunately. Instead, it's the way it's packaged that's harmful. Constant sound effects, tonal shifts, and at least 3 things to focus on at all
It's like gambling.
times makes this the most brain-rotting content out there, destroying our attention spans. And just 90 of these videos have been so addictive and powerful that it's already given the channel nearly 1.5 million subscribers. It's hard to tell whether the content is AI generated or not, but even if it isn't now, it will be soon. And the fact that you can succeed so easily and gain so much from just a few of these videos sets a dangerous precedent. In the same way that conditioning kids to enjoy adult content is extremely harmful, as it conditions them to ruin their minds, fry their dopamine, and gives them a dangerous mindset. It's the equivalent of a bag of sweets compared to a full meal. If you give most kids a choice, they'll just keep eating the sweets, and eventually a real meal will just taste bitter. And you can only imagine the effects on their attention spans from this kind of content. There's tons of it available, which means that there's always more to choose from and watch. Every 30-second Skibidi toilet video is yet another fleeting dose of dopamine. It creates the same addictive process that you've experienced.
Okay, I don't think that the Skibidi toilet thing is that big of a deal. Like, I mean, it's just a weird video.
If you ever spent 30 minutes just watching shorts, rotting your mind, staring there like an idiot, wasting your life away, only that younger minds are even less capable of dealing with this. But this is just the tip of the iceberg for YouTube Kids, and we're going to see far more examples in the future, and in a way, they're only symptomatic of a much larger problem at hand. Have you ever noticed that barely any kids actually play outside anymore? or that parents just let their kids run wild when they do actually go out in public. Millions of parents today are unwilling to hand down discipline or really give their kids a shot at actual happiness. Instead, they fold instantly at the earliest sign of a tantrum, parking their kids in front of an iPad so that they'll get some peace and quiet, absorbing them into the world of YouTube and TikTok. And whilst this is a quick and easy solution to noisy children, it has terrible consequences in the long term. Children need nurturing, structure, and time with their friends while they're growing up. It's how they understand the world and are able to deal with other people. If they don't get this and they spend all their time on YouTube, then they won't ever learn the skills they need to have a fulfilling life. They won't learn restraint, and that sometimes you need to be patient if every time they cry they're given the iPad. They're never going to learn how to talk to other kids properly, and they'll be unable to really have empathy if all their interactions come from tapping a touchscreen. Instead, YouTube and the other platforms that parents are using are teaching their kids how to be addicts. Some of their earliest experiences are getting dopamine hits from clicking on a new video, then feeling it quickly fade away until they click on another one. It's trapping them in a vicious cycle. If they can't shake this behavior when they grow up, it'll be that much easier for them to fall into other addictions when they're older. Even for the kids that do have good parents, it's making the world around them that much worse. You can only imagine what Generation Alpha is going to look like. I mean, kids who do grow up without all of these problems, kids who aren't iPad kids, will never understand why most of their peers can barely hold a conversation or throw a tantrum at the slightest inconvenience. They'll feel alienated because they're different. In fact, a recent survey found that a third of kids in the US and UK want to be YouTubers when they grow up. This harsh, chaotic online landscape is their entire world now. Never mind how harmful the actual Elsa game.
Is he gonna kill green at least? I mean, purple, blue at least? He better. Huh. Dumbass.
Videos are. The fact that so many kids everywhere around the world are being parented by YouTube is a real tragedy, and Elsagate just shows how bad of a surrogate parents YouTube really is. These channels, and even YouTube in general, is profiting from a society-wide wave of absentee parents and neglected kids. They've created a platform that encourages the evolution of ever more distracting and effective content aimed squarely at children, a never-ending arms race of channels competing for their attention. Because of poor moderation, pretty much every trick in the book is allowed, and it's systematically stunting kids across the world. But YouTube doesn't care. In fact, they're actively profiting from it. As recently of 2023, YouTube has been accused of not only running targeted adverts on kids' content when they promised they wouldn't, but they've also been accused of trafficking and collecting data from these kids in order to target the ads. Children's safety groups as well as an advertising firm have published evidence as well as shown how they did it through Google services themselves. Google of course denied the allegations, but if they're found to be lying, there could be a massive fine on the horizon. Still, these tech companies seem to get fined almost every day.
And then you kill blue too after you set. Man, I really wish that I was up next. He got so lucky with that. He honestly might be able to kill purple too, but that would be maybe too much. Depending on what his set is, it's a 10 set. Yeah, he could kill purple also.
And it rarely makes a dent on their profit lines. As with everything, we'll need to see the harsh consequences of YouTube's attention-sucking machine before anything actually happens, and we can't expect them to ever actually change. The real solution lies with parents themselves. It lies in an economy that doesn't drain the parents, that doesn't make them so exhausted at the end of the day that they always just give their children the iPad to ignore them. It lies in the older generation seeing what YouTube and the internet are doing to children and making a stand before Generation Alpha grows up. But before that point, we'll see millions of kids fall victim to YouTube's predatory channels.
I served for 28 years in law enforcement. Growth is bringing more drugs to Montana. John Tester secured funding to help us fight crime.
Ooh, let's see the cryptid iceberg.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Cryptid Iceberg. I know I said it would be a couple uploads before we got back to this series, but I got excited, so we're doing it now. I also said I was going to try to make each upload 2 tiers at a time, but then I really got into research for this tier, and I'm also sick, so I didn't want to take the time to do a second tier. So this series may just end up being 18 videos long, which isn't something I've never done before, but I don't know if I want to do that again. Nothing on this channel set in stone. Some of the videos will probably be 1 tier, some of them could be 2, who knows. But with that being said, today we are on to tier 4. Not a lot to point out besides that. Things are going to continue to be weird and strange. The only thing I've done is I've made the words smaller on the whiteboard because like we're only on tier 4 and we've already taken up like half of it on the last episode. So I just crunched everything down so hopefully we can fit it all up here by the time the series is done. But yeah, you know the drill at this point, so let's go ahead and get back into the thing I decided to do with my life instead of finishing college. Before we continue our expedition into the weird, let's talk about something else that's weird. You, and specifically, why you've yet to get in on today's sponsor, AG1. Freak. Because at this point, you should know that AG1 is our one and only comprehensive foundational nutritional supplement. Because let's face it, I'm making YouTube videos you're watching. But as always, thank you for watching. Before we get into tier 4, one thing I want to correct up here. For one, yeah, I made all the names smaller so that we can fit all of the future names up on the whiteboard. But while I was doing that, I thought about it, and I have absolutely no idea why I didn't put Skinwalker at S tier. I don't know what kind of fog I was in during tier 3. Skinwalker is one of the most famous cryptids of all time. It's one of the most terrifying. It's got the most lore. It's one of the key creatures people think about when they hear the word cryptid. So yeah, my apologies. I don't know what came over me. We're gonna fix that now. With that out of the way, let's get into tier 4, beginning with sewer gators. This urban legend is as widespread as it is feared. While nearly every major American city has some mythos surrounding the sewer gator, the most famous example is that of New York City. During the 1920s, stories began to rise of pet owners adopting baby alligators while on vacation, and then after returning home and realizing the level of care needed to house such a creature, flushing them into the city sewer system. Hundreds of illegal pet alligators are confiscated each year, leading many to speculate that some subterranean reptiles may haunt our cities. Sewer gators is a classic, and while it's a bit of a stretch to call it a cryptid because last I checked alligators are real, the idea of them being flushed into city sewer systems is an insanely popular urban legend. Now, would a real baby alligator almost immediately be killed by all the bacteria in a raw sewage system? Yes. But that's what's fun about the myth, because different variations have their own different caveats that, oh, this alligator was special and had a resistance to bacteria, or maybe, oh, well, this area is particularly irradiated or whatever, so we've got this like radioactive super gator. I've talked about it before in the series, but one of my favorite things cryptids do is make you afraid of the dark. In specific scenarios, there's different creatures that will keep you up at night, depending on where you're at. And I just remember being a kid and passing like manholes and always thinking there could be something down there. And I love that. Urban areas don't get a lot of cryptids because of just, you know, the way that they are. Not a lot of woods or things to go bump in the night. But it's cool that the sewer is this kind of uncharted area within cities and it has its own cryptid. That's really neat. That being said, it's not super unique in and of itself, but I like the location, so let's call it C tier. I don't even think you all can see that. It's so small. Hold on, I have an idea. I'll make the names big while I'm recording the tier that they're on, and then after I'm done recording, I'll erase the names and make them small. That way over the course of the tier, you can see where things rank out. That is, of course, until I get lazy and decide to not do that. Next up, we have the Bukovac. This creature of Slavic mythology was said to prey on those who found themselves too close to the water's edge. Unlike predators who kill in search of food, this demon kills for the sake of killing, strangling its victims and leaving their bodies to rot on the shore. From its description of a monstrous amphibian with crooked horns to the presence of animals and humans found abandoned and choked of life, it's no wonder as to why the ponds and rivers of Central Europe are to be approached with caution. I know I'm cheating a little bit by putting some creatures from mythology on a cryptid list.
One sec.
Charted area within cities,
Super
and it has
curious.
its own cryptid. That's really neat. That being said, it's not super unique in and of itself, but I like the location, so let's call it C tier. I don't even think you all can see that. It's so small. Hold on, I have an idea. I'll make the names big while I'm recording the tier that they're on, and then after I'm done recording, I'll erase the names and make them small. That way, over the course of the tier, you can see where things rank out. That is, of course, until I get lazy and decide to not do that. Next up, we have the Bukovac. This creature of Slavic mythology was said to prey on those who found themselves too close to the water's edge. Unlike predators who kill in search of food, this demon kills for the sake of killing, strangling its victims and leaving their bodies to rot on the shore. From its description of a monstrous amphibian with crooked horns to the presence of animals and humans found abandoned and choked of life, it's no wonder as to why the ponds and rivers of Central Europe are to be approached with caution. I know I'm cheating a little bit by putting some creatures from mythology on a cryptid list, but if at some point in history people have thought these things are real, then it counts. Because of that, the Bukovac shows up as an expressly evil entity or an antagonist in a lot of Slavic mythology. Like characters from Slavic stories know to stay away from the rivers for fear of the creature, or perhaps the creature kills a character within the story. It gets points for uniqueness. I like the idea of a giant deer frog thing that jumps out of rivers and kills you. But that being said, there isn't a ton to the creature's lore besides how it's used in other stories. So I would put it at C tier, but I feel like the fact that it's directly from mythology means it has to lose some points, so we'll call it a D. I would normally call the creature a C tier, but I feel like because it's from mythology, it needs to lose some points, so we'll call it a D. After that, we have the Magalala. Tanzania holds the legend of a creature described by explorers as a, quote, troubling bird. Described as standing 7 to 8 feet tall, this beast towered over the assumedly tallest birds of the region, such as the ostrich, and on top of that, had the ability to fly. Early explorers of around 1870 said the people describe it as a bird of prey that can only be killed when the hunter plays dead. Its name meaning noisemaker, the creature was even said to clap the plates of its wings together to cause an obnoxious racket. Given its consistency in stories among different tribes and reports of tribal leaders wearing their skulls, perhaps a creature once, or still does, exist within Tanzania that changes our understanding of biological possibilities. I like some of the finer details of the story. The fact there's a creature called Noisemaker because it slaps its wings together. Like, it's not...
How to stop drinking 3 cups of coffee a day. Replace your afternoon cup with mud. For steady energy.
Just a tall, scary bird. There's extra dimensions to the creature that make it feel more real, like it's a thing that's been seen by multiple people. And as we've talked about before, there's a ton of examples of creatures we've once believed to be extinct that have just popped back up in the historical record. So maybe some kind of giant bird did go extinct around the late 1800s. It's very believable, and I think that's pretty cool. At the same time, big bird. So, D tier. Next up we have the Mapinguari, and I'm going to continue to pronounce that however I feel, really. The jungles of Brazil hold legend of this bizarre creature. Classic tales of the beast describe it as a shaman who was transformed into a hairy cyclops with backwards feet and a mouth on its stomach. The creature is ferocious and is said to eat the heads of
a mouth on its stomach?
humans
What?
unlucky enough to cross its path. Despite its odd appearance, many zoologists have used sightings of the creature as evidence of a still existent species of giant sloth. With a reputation for carnage and nearly 100 recorded sightings by zoologist David Oren, this monster is a legend as feared as it is strange. What have I been saying for so long in this series? If you're gonna have a regional cryptid, then make it unique. I am tired of seeing Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster just copy-pasted into different parts of the world. And if no one else got me, I know Brazil's got me, because you all are so weird, and I love it. Every Brazilian cryptid I come across is exactly what I'm talking about. It is bizarre, it's strange, it's terrifying, it makes no sense. But if your region's gonna have a Bigfoot, then why not have it be a shaman who became a giant mouth belly cyclops thing. Its feet are backwards so that when you see the tracks and try to run away from it, you're actually getting closer. That's great. And yeah, sure, a bunch of nerds went into the jungle and said that people seeing this creature proves there's probably a giant sloth or something, but I don't care. I'm here for the belly mouth. I would give it an A tier, but it's almost too insane. Like, too many weird details to call it within the realm of reality. Like, sure, a lot of my, like, A tier, S tier stuff is weird, but it kind of makes sense to the region or area it's in, or at the very least, its abilities kind of flow together. Like the Wendigo, for example. Like, sure, it can shapeshift and stuff like that, but it's connected to the reason the creature exists in the first place and the beliefs of the region or whatever. I'm not Brazilian, I'm not super knowledgeable about Brazil, but I don't think cyclops and again belly mouths are a normal part of their culture, probably. So I feel like for flying a little too close to the sun, I'm gonna bring it down to B tier, but just know it's a B plus in my heart. And to follow that up, we have the Ningen. Deep beneath the waters of Antarctica, this impossible beast stalks the frigid ice skate. The first mention of this creature came from Japan in 2007 when a user claimed that a ship spotted one of these creatures off the coast of Antarctica, with subsequent sightings occurring ever since. While specifics change between spotted variants, every iteration contains 2 limbs, white skin, and otherwise subdued, almost human features. Given the inhospitable, alien geography of Antarctica, it is fitting that the cryptid of its frozen interior shares in its uncanny horror. The Ningen is a personal favorite of mine. Antarctica is probably the most terrifying place on Earth. We don't think about it a lot because it's so far removed from the rest of civilization, but it's the most inhospitable climate on the planet. There's so many stories of researchers or scientists who are down in Antarctica and they talk about how at night the scenery begins to play tricks on you because all that your mind has to work off of is the flat darkness and the sound of wind rushing against the ice. And you begin to imagine things that are out there that you know can't be, but you're convinced are. And the Ningen so perfectly encapsulates that feeling. For one, the word Ningen translates to human. So that's a menacing aspect in itself. These creatures that are seen stalking the ice are simply humans, or at least the closest thing Antarctica can create to humans. And there's something about them, especially the ones you see online beneath the water. It looks like some primordial ancestor to.
Is he gonna slam me? No, he doesn't. Okay. Whew. I was scared right there.
To humanity, or some alien civilization that exists beneath Antarctica that's been trying to mimic humanity for millennia. It so perfectly encapsulates the most terrifying parts about its location in a creature. They're so mysterious, they're so scary, I absolutely love them.
Oh, man. What is this?
You know, the worst employee is a good employee. A bad employee is fine because you fire that person right away. A great employee is phenomenal. You want to keep them and cherish them. They're fantastic. But a good employee, you never sort of fire them, but they never lead you to the next level. They just keep their job. They're sort of too good to be fired, but they're not good enough. You're never going to do great. So I always say, the worst employee isn't a bad employee, it's just a good or average employee. You know, the worst employee is a good employee.
That makes sense, honestly. Makes sense to me. Christianity Iceberg Explained. I kind of want to watch this.
Are associated.
Hopefully this isn't blasphemous or anything, but
Don't
we'll see.
listen to the hackers. Paying the ransom doesn't guarantee data decryption. Get your data back with Proven Data's 24/7 emergency ransomware recovery.
Hey, babe, you want to go to a show tonight? Don't worry, it's included. Don't worry, it's included. Don't worry, it's included. Richard?
Wait, it's Christianity, one of the largest and most widely known religions in the world, with stories in scripture dating back thousands of years. There is bound to be some interesting stories in all of the thousands of years of its existence, and some dark and creepy or interesting
I was about to
secrets
be like,
that
what?
many don't know about. And yeah, that's what this video is going to be on today, the Christianity iceberg. Now, if you don't know how an iceberg chart works, well, it starts with well-known things such as Jesus or the Holy Trinity, and towards the bottom, having some more creepy and obscure entries such as lost books of the Bible or the devil. Alright, I'm excited to get into it.
How was the devil obscure?
So, let's get into it with the Christianity Iceberg Explained.
Let me listen to what you said at first.
Secrets that many don't know about. And yeah, that's what this video is going to be on today, the Christianity iceberg. Now, if you don't know how an iceberg chart works, well, it starts with well-known things such as Jesus or the Holy Trinity, and towards the bottom, having some more creepy and obscure entries such as lost books of the Bible or the devil.
Most of them are like fake. A lot of the lost books of the Bible are all fake.
Alright, I'm excited to get into it.
Except for I don't know about Enoch, because Enoch is actually quoted in the Bible.
So, let's get into it with the Christianity Iceberg Explained. And actually, before we get into the video, I'd like to say thank you all so much for 100,000 subscribers. It's just mind-blowing how fast we have grown, and it's really amazing that we've reached this huge goal. It really is a dream come true, and I've dreamed of it since I was a kid, and now it's a reality. And I'm not sure if I want to make 100,000 subscribers special, because I don't even know if people want to see anything like that. But let me know if you want to see a 100K special or a Q&A or a stream or something like that, and just comment your ideas down below, or if you'd even like to see that. And yeah, thank you all once again. And also, by the way, next subscriber goal is 250,000 subscribers, so if you're watching, make sure you subscribe. This community is awesome. Tier 1. Jesus. Jesus, a central figure in Christianity, is believed to be the Son of God and the Messiah. Born in Bethlehem, his life and
He is the Son of God and the Messiah.
teachings recorded in the Gospels in the Bible emphasize love, compassion, and forgiveness for all people. Christians revere his crucifixion and resurrection as an atonement for humanity's sins, offering the promise for eternal life. Jesus' impact extends globally, shaping religious, cultural, and ethical perspectives, and definitely one of the most important figures in all of Christianity. Keeping up with what's happening globally is like going through the layers of an iceberg. There's always more beneath the surface that isn't directly told to you. It's tough to rely on just one source. That's why I need to get you guys informed on the amazing sponsor for this video, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app created to give readers a transparent way to read the news, with access to over 50,000 news sources across the political spectrum that allows you to compare headlines. See who owns the source and where the bias leans per article, giving you the complete overview of every story. When I first got access to Ground News, I decided to look at icebergs, since that's what my entire channel is based around, and I found a pretty interesting article, such as Antarctic scientists examine world's largest iceberg, 3 times the size of New York City. And on Ground News, I can see this story has been covered by more than 46 sources. If I scroll down, I can see every article about this topic and compare all the headlines. One of my favorite features of Ground News is the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. This feature is fully unlocked with the Vantage plan. Since I've started using Ground News, it has made the news significantly less stressful to read by weeding out sensationalized clickbait to get to the core of every issue. I think what they're doing is really important because it really shows what is going on in the world without being biased to one side. Go to ground.news/snook to check it out. Subscribe through my link to get 30% off the Vantage subscription for unlimited access to all the best features such as the blind spot feed, which is about $5 a month, or get the pro plan for only $1 a month. Trust me, this is better than any other news source out there. It's amazing. When you subscribe, you not only support me, you're also supporting an independent platform trying to make the news more transparent. And anyways, let's get back into the video. New Testament. The New Testament, a central text in Christianity, comprises 27 different books, including the Gospels, the Acts, Epistles, and Revelation. It focuses on the life, the teachings, and the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ, serving as the foundation for Christian faith. The Gospels, which are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, narrate Jesus' life in all different perspectives, while the epistles provide guidance to early Christian communities and people, while the Acts book details the early church's history and showing how it formed, and Revelation explores apocalyptic themes and how the end of the world will come. Together, these books convey the message of salvation and the establishment of the Christian faith and everything after Jesus' birth. God the Father. God the Father is the divine being who is the Father of Jesus Christ and the creator of the universe. He is the supreme being and the source of all life in the universe and where all life originated from the start of time. He is the perfect model of fatherhood and provides guidance and support to all who believe in him. The Nativity. The Nativity, also just known as Christmas, is a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ. It is observed on December 25th and marks the beginning of the Christmas season. This holiday holds great significance for Christians around the world. It is a time meant for rejoicing, love, and sharing. And the Nativity story, recounted in the Gospels,
they should have broke him,
tells of how Jesus was born in Bethlehem to the Virgin Mary and Joseph. And we'll talk about Virgin Mary and Joseph later down in the iceberg. Elohim. Elohim is a Hebrew word that means God or deity. It is a gender-neutral term that refers to God's nature and attributes, and isn't just showing that God is male or female, but just, gender-neutral. In the Hebrew Bible, Elohim is often used in conjunction with other names and titles for God, such as El Shaddai and YHWH. It is a sacred word that holds significant...
So he slams red. Okay.
religious and spiritual meaning for Jews and Christians. Mary. Mary, a prominent figure in the Bible, is revered as the Virgin Mary and the mother of Jesus Christ. Her story unfolds in the New Testament, particularly in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. Mary's role in the Nativity and the life of Jesus holds great significance in Christian traditions. Her humility, her faith, and the acceptance of the divine plan are all highlighted in biblical narratives, making her a very, very important figure in Christian faith and also one of the most holy people to ever live. The Old Testament. Sacred in Judaism and Christianity, it encompasses foundational texts like Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, forming the Torah. This collection includes historical narratives, poetry, prophecy, and wisdom literature. Stories of key figures such as Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, and David are central, and shows how the earth was created in the book of Genesis, starting with Adam and Eve, and I think we'll get into Adam and Eve and the forming of the earth later down the iceberg, just by the way. It also serves as an important part for religious beliefs, providing moral teachings, laws, and theological insights crucial to understanding the origins.
Game day, when our greatest sport heroes prepare for battle. But for IT pros like you, the real showdown starts the morning after. Because when everyone calls in sick, you show up. Defender of devices. Tackler of tech foolery. Fixer of networks.
There we go.
And the principles.
I don't know why. Whenever I do that, whenever I take Australia and South America, it seems like I always win for some reason. One more game.
Of both Judaism and Christianity. Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene, a significant figure in the New Testament, is portrayed as a main follower of Jesus Christ. Her story is primarily found in the Gospels, where she is mentioned as being present during crucial events like the crucifixion and the resurrection. Mary Magdalene is often associated with repentance and forgiveness. While the Gospels don't explicitly identify her as a former prostitute, historical and literary traditions have sometimes linked her to such interpretations, so she remains a pretty big symbol for people and shows that they can turn their life completely around.
Some people say that, I mean, this is blasphemous, but they say that it was Jesus' like girlfriend or wife or something, but that's blasphemous. It's not true.
And the resurrection. Mary Magdalene is often associated with repentance and forgiveness. While the Gospels don't explicitly identify her as a former prostitute, historical and literary traditions have sometimes linked her to such interpretations, so she remains a pretty big symbol for people and shows that they can turn their life completely around and turn towards a better way of life. The 12 Apostles. The 12 Apostles, central figures and some of the most important figures in all of Christianity and the Bible, were chosen by Jesus to be his closest disciples and witnesses to his teachings. Named in the Gospels, including Peter, James, John, Andrew, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, James, Tacitus, Simon, and Judas, who was later replaced by Matthias. They played a key role in spreading Jesus' message and establishing the early Christian church. Each of the apostles had distinct characteristics and contributions, contributing to the foundation of Christian doctrine and tradition. John the Baptist. John the Baptist, a large and important figure in Christianity, is recognized as a prophet and precursor to Jesus Christ. Mentioned in the Gospels, particularly in the relation to Jesus' ministry, and John is known for baptizing Jesus in the Jordan River, so he played a really big role in starting off that tradition for Christianity. He preached repentance and prepared the way for the Messiah. His life and his teachings emphasize spiritual renewal and the arrival of a new era. John's significance extends beyond just Christianity, with his role acknowledged in various religious traditions and other historical contexts, not just the Bible. The 7 days of creation. In the biblical narrative of Genesis, the 7 days of creation describe the formation of the world. On the first day, God created light, followed by the separation of the sky and waters on the second day. On the third day, land and vegetation emerged. while the fourth day saw the creation of the sun, moon, and stars. Birds and sea creatures were formed on the fifth day, land animals on the sixth day, and finally, humans were created in God's image on the seventh day, concluding the divine act of creation. Angels. Angels, celestial beings found in various different religious traditions, are often considered messengers of the divine, such as in Christianity, they serve God and act as messengers between the heavenly realm and humanity, described as malevolent and powerful. Angels are present in the Bible, while archangels like Michael and Gabriel having specific roles. Other traditions, such as in Islam and Judaism, also feature angels, just showing that different religions around the world also have angels associated with them. JHVH, often pronounced as Yahweh, is a sacred name for God in the Hebrew Bible, or the Old Testament.
That was bullshit. I am upset about that. What the fuck was that? That pissed me off.
It represents the divine, ineffable name of the God of Israel. Revealed to Moses at the burning bush, it signifies the eternal and self-existing nature of God. Due to its sacredness, ancient Hebrew speakers avoided pronouncing it directly. Yahweh is central to monotheistic beliefs, particularly in Judaism and Christianity, and understanding its significance contributes to the comprehension of theological concepts in Abrahamic religions. The Trinity. The Trinity is a fundamental Christian doctrine expressing the true and nature of God. It states that God exists as three persons in one essence, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Each person is distinct, yet fully God, sharing divine attributes
But this is annoying me.
and eternal existence. So Jesus is God and the Holy Spirit is God, but they're not God themselves. They're all parts of God. It's really confusing, and it's just really hard to explain. The Trinity is a
How is it really hard? I don't get how that's really hard
complex
to
mystery
understand.
central to Christian theology, emphasizing unity in diversity. This concept underlies the Christian understanding of God's nature and roles within the context of salvation and divine revelation. Judas's destiny. Judas, a disciple of Jesus, infamously betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver, leading to Jesus' crucifixion. Overwhelmed by guilt, Judas later returned the money and hung himself. The Bible, specifically in the books of Acts, suggests that Judas's death resulted in an empty place among the apostles, and the term field of blood is associated with his fate. Different Christian traditions hold diverse views on Judas's destiny, ranging from eternal condemnation to
What is this picture?
interpretations
Weird.
emphasizing God's sovereignty and mercy, leading him to heaven even though he betrayed Jesus. Tier 2. First Enoch. The first book of Enoch, also known as 1 Enoch or the First Enoch, is an ancient Jewish apocalyptic text ascribed to Enoch, a biblical figure. It comprises several different sections, including the Book of Watchers, which narrates the fall of angels and the coming judgment, considered non-canonically by most branches of Judaism and Christianity, and the First Enoch is valued for its insights into ancient Jewish thought, cosmology, and eschatology. It has influenced various different religious and mystical traditions, providing different unique perspectives on heavenly realms and other sort of offshoots of the main story. The Flood.
That is so annoying.
The flood narrative, found in various ancient cultures, including the Bible's book of Genesis, recounts a global deluge sent by God to cleanse the world. In Genesis, Noah is instructed to build an ark, saving his family and pairs of animals. After 40 days and 40 nights of rain, the waters subside, signifying God's covenant. The flood is a prominent theme symbolizing divine judgment, purification, and renewal, with parallels in Mesopotamian and other mythologies worldwide. So this is
it
a
probably
trend found in
happened.
many different religions, all having something to do with a great flood. Leviathan. In the Bible, the Leviathan is a sea monster mentioned
in Revelations
in various poetic and prophetic texts, notably Job 41 and Isaiah 27 chapter and verse 1, described as a powerful and untamable creature. The Leviathan symbolizes chaos and the forces of evil. Interpretations do vary, though, with some seeing it as a literal sea monster and others viewing it as a metaphor for cosmic disorder. The Leviathan's mentioned underscores divine power and control over chaotic elements, emphasizing God's supremacy and his strength. Cherubs. Cherubs, often depicted
an angel
as angelic babies with wings
That's
and
not what they
childlike
actually look
features,
like.
which are the most widely known kind of angel thing that most people see and think of when someone says angel. And these are found in the Bible. In the Bible, cherubs are associated with guarding sacred spaces, symbolizing divine presence and protection. The Ark of the Covenant and Solomon's Temple feature cherubic imagery. Cherubs are considered part of the angelic hierarchy, embodying innocence and devotion. Their representation extends beyond just Christianity, appearing in diverse other cultural and artistic contexts, not just the Bible. Satan is the prince of this world.
Yeah, that is
The concept that Satan is the prince of this world is rooted in biblical and theological perspectives, particularly in the New Testament. In passages like John chapter 12, verse 31, and 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4, Satan is described as having mass influence and authority over this earthly realm and the earth we live on. This designation emphasizes the idea of
Did I show you this I found for the shower?
Oh, nice.
It's like tiny and perfect.
Mhm.
Like it's not gonna fit very much, but like
Yeah.
it'll still get a few things off like the side.
Hey, that's from Paradise Lost.
It'll still get a few things off the shower sides, you know.
Yeah.
Which is what we need. I'm going to the grocery store. Do you need anything?
Won't bother.
That's on my list already.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, not that I can think of. If I can think of something, I'll call you. Love you. Okay, you weirdo.
Love you, baby. I
Okay.
love you.
spiritual opposition
Bye, love
and
ya.
the presence of evil in the world. Different Christian traditions interpret these passages to varying degrees, shaping beliefs about the nature
Yeah.
of spiritual warfare and the
Bro, the guy who ripped off the head of Baphomet, so based.
struggle between good and evil. The Trinity in the Old Testament. While the explicit concept of the Trinity is not clearly shown in the Old Testament, hints and foreshadowing are discerned. Passages like Genesis chapter 18, where 3 visitors appear to Abraham, and the use of plural pronouns in Genesis verse 26, chapter 1, suggest a complex unit and not just one God. Theophanes and angelic appearances also hint at divine plurality. Christian theologians retroactively interpret these elements as prefigurations of the Trinitarian understanding later explicitly articulated in the New Testament, highlighting continuity between the two, and the Trinity wasn't something that just showed up in the New Testament. Adam, naming the animals. In Genesis chapter 2, verses 19 and 20
I feel like all of this stuff is pretty basic.
of the Old Testament, Adam is described naming all the animals, showcasing his God-given authority over all of creation. God presented the animals to Adam, and as he named them, he exercised a role in defining their nature. This act symbolizes human stewardship and dominion over the natural world, emphasizing the special relationship between humans and the rest of creation, such as animals. The Transfiguration. The Transfiguration, a significant event in the New Testament, portrays Jesus on a mountain revealing his divine glory. In the presence of Peter, James, and John, Jesus' appearance transforms, shining brightly. Moses and Elijah also appear, symbolizing the law and the prophets. God's voice declares Jesus as his son. This event affirms Jesus' divinity, prefigures his glorification, and underscores this very important part, showing that he fulfilled the prophet. The Nephilim. The Nephilim, mentioned in
Giants.
Genesis chapter 6, are mysterious beings described as the offspring of sons of God and daughters of men. Interpretations may vary.
I thought that it was fallen angels and
with
daughters.
some viewing them as fallen angels or divine beings, while others see them as a powerful and possibly tyrannical human. Their existence is linked to a period of wickedness, leading to God's decision to bring the flood, and the flood ended up wiping them all out. The Nephilim remain enigmatic figures, sparking debates and interpretations within biblical scholarship and religious traditions, whether to take this metaphorically or literally. God's Throne. God's throne, a symbol of divine sovereignty, is often depicted in different religious texts, including the Bible, described as majestic and surrounded by heavenly beings. It signifies God's authority and rule over all the universe. In visions like Isaiah 6 and Revelations 4, the throne is portrayed in celestial splendor. The imagery underscores reverence for the Almighty and the heavenly realm. The concept of God's throne is central to all theological understanding, emphasizing his and God's transcendence and eternal reign, and
I just want to kill
way
Yellow
to
because
understand how he has
he's
power over everything when he has his throne. Behemoth. Behemoth is a mysterious creature mentioned in the book of Job, specifically Job chapter 40, verses 15 through 24 in the Bible.
The behemoth honestly seems like a rhino. Like a rhinoceros or something.
Described as a powerful and massive creature, it symbolizes divine creative power. The passage presents Behemoth alongside another enigmatic being, which is the Leviathan, which we talked about earlier, as examples of God's sovereign control over creation. Interpretations do vary, with some seeing the behemoth as a literal creature and others understanding it as a metaphorical representation of cosmic forces. And this is something that can be seen a lot in the Bible and people argue about a lot, is if things are supposed to be made literal or figurative and metaphorically. So there's a lot of just kind of arguments that go around things such as this. Tier 3. Mammon. Mammon, referenced in the Bible, represents the pursuit of wealth and material possessions as a false idol. It warns against prioritizing worldly
That was a good play. What is that supposed to be a depiction of Mammon?
treasures over spiritual values. Mammon symbolizes the potential corruption associated with excessive focus on wealth. So this one's just really simple in understanding. It's just, focus more on spirituality and yourself other than worldly possessions, because you're not going to live forever. Divine snakes. Divine snakes hold very symbolic meanings in religious and cultural contexts. In Christianity, the serpent is often associated with temptation and sin in the Garden of Eden. In some other cultures, though, snakes symbolize transformation, healing, and renewal, so it's kind of unique to see that in Christianity, it's representative of something super evil, but in some other cultures, it's actually meant to show healing and renewal, which is interesting now. Two different cultures, or multiple different cultures, represent it very differently. Acts of Peter. The Acts of Peter is a text recounting stories of the Apostle Peter's miraculous deeds and teachings while he was living. It includes Peter's confrontation with the sorcerer Simon Magus, his miraculous escapes from prison, and his eventual martyrdom by crucifixion. Although not included in the canonical New Testament, the Acts of Peter provides insights into early Christian beliefs and practices, blending actual historical events with other legendary elements surrounding the life of one of Jesus' closest disciples. The Watchers. The Watchers, mentioned in the Book of Enoch, are fallen angels who descended to earth and engaged in forbidden relationships with human women. This transgression led to the birth of hybrid beings known as Nephilim, resulting in divine judgments. The concept
Okay, well, he just talked about Nephilim and said something
of
different.
the Watchers reflects themes of different cosmic rebellion and the consequences of divine disobedience. And though not part of any canonical Bible, the Book of Enoch and its depiction of the Watchers provide insights into different ancient Jewish and early Christian apocalyptic literature. The Son of Man. The Son of Man, a title
That's
used
Jesus.
by Jesus in the Gospels, is associated with divine authority and judgment. In biblical imagery found in Daniel and Revelations, the Son of Man appears in fire, symbolizing divine purification and judgment. This powerful and transformative depiction underscores the role of the Son of Man in the final judgment, separating the righteous from the wicked. The fiery imagery signifies divine glory and the purifying nature of the Son of Man's ultimate authority in biblical prophecy. The Beloved Apostle. The Beloved Apostle, traditionally identified as John, holds a special place in most Christian traditions. Known for his close relationship with Jesus, depicted reclining on Jesus' chest during the Last Supper, he authored the Gospel of John, Epistles of John, and Revelation, so really big books and important books in the Bible. His writings emphasize love, theological insights, and apocalyptic visions. The title Beloved reflects the deep bond with Jesus. The Beloved Apostle is revered for his profound spiritual insights and significant contributions to the New Testament canon. Acts of John. The Acts of John is a work attributed to John the Apostle, detailing his journeys, miracles, and teachings. It includes different stories of John's encounters with various different individuals, including a dead youth raised to life, and John's self-imposed exile on the island of Patmos. The text exhibits a mix of historical evidence and events and legendary different elements. While not included in the actual New Testament, the Acts of John provides insights into early Christian traditions, spirituality, and the veneration of John as a significant figure in Christian history. Naked Boy Fleeing Gethsemane. The naked boy fleeing Gethsemane is a mysterious and enigmatic figure briefly mentioned in the Gospel of Mark.
Ooh.
And this was really briefly because it only had one verse in the book of Mark, chapter 14, verses 51 through 52. During Jesus' arrest in the Garden of Gethsemane, a young man wearing only a linen cloth attempted to follow Jesus, but fled when seized by the authorities. The identity and the significance of this unnamed youth remains unclear, leading to various different interpretations and speculations on who this boy is. Some view it as a symbol, while others may suggest it might represent an eyewitness account or a literary device conveying the urgency of the moment, but no one really knows what this mysterious boy was doing at Jesus' arrest.
Some people think that he got brought back to life because of it. I'm pretty sure. Did he say that? I didn't hear that. That he was dead and he got brought back to life is what some people say. Yeah, you break.
And the veneration of John.
I would break yellow right there for sure. Oh, is Yellow gonna slam him? I think he is. Yellow seems like that type of player.
John as a significant figure in Christian history. Naked Boy Fleeing Gethsemane. The naked boy fleeing Gethsemane is a mysterious and enigmatic figure briefly mentioned in the Gospel of Mark. And this was really briefly because it only had one verse in the book of Mark, chapter 14, verses 51 through 52. During Jesus' arrest in the Garden of Gethsemane, a young man wearing only a linen cloth attempted to follow Jesus, but fled when seized by the authorities. The identity and the significance of this unnamed youth remains unclear, leading to various different interpretations and speculations on who this boy is.
Smells weird in here.
Some view it as a symbol, while others may suggest it might represent an eyewitness account or a literary device conveying the urgency of the moment, but no one really knows what this mysterious boy was doing at Jesus' arrest.
We get to see what...
Sam Yaza, a prominent figure in the Book of Enoch, is identified as the leader of the Watchers, which we talked about earlier, which are fallen angels who descended to earth and transgressed by engaging with human women. Sam Yaza plays a certain role and a central role in this text, leading the angels into rebellion. The narrative describes the consequences of their actions, including the Book of Nephilim and divine judgment. Sam Yaza represents the archetype of an angelic being who succumbs to pride and
Is this guy stupid? Okay. Well, I killed both of them. Lock yourself in. Come on, lock yourself in. Douche. Why you have to break all of me?
disobedience, leading to cosmic consequences. The Witch of Endor. The Witch of Endor is a biblical figure mentioned in the first book of Samuel. King Saul, desperate for guidance before battle, consults her, violating the prohibition against deviation. The witch summons the spirit of the descended prophet Samuel.
Yeah, this is creepy.
Who predicts Saul's downfall. This story raises theological questions about the afterlife and the ethical implications of seeking supernatural guidance, and that's even a thing, how you can get supernatural guidance, which wasn't really seen before. The Witch of Endor remains a complex and debated character in the Bible, offering different insights into ancient views on necromancy and the supernatural. Unknown miracles. Unknown miracles refer to the extraordinary events or interventions that lack clear attribution or recognition in the Bible. These unattributed wonders challenge conventional understanding of the world and the Bible even, sparking curiosity and contemplation. In religious and mystical traditions, stories of unknown miracles often circulate, prompting believers to reflect on divine mysteries and the limits of human comprehension and what is possible. These accounts, though mysterious, may inspire faith, wonder, and a sense of the transcendent in the Bible, encouraging individuals to contemplate the extraordinary aspects of existence beyond the boundaries of conventional knowledge and the conventional world, and what can actually happen with the divine spirit of Jesus or God. Second Enoch. The second book of Enoch, also known as 2 Enoch or Slavonic Enoch, is a text attributed to the biblical figure Enoch. This work explores themes of celestial realms, angelic hierarchies, and visions, so this book doesn't really do anything on earth. It delves into Enoch's journey into the heavens, encounters with angelic beings, and insights into cosmology. Although not part of the canonical scriptures, Second Enoch offers a unique perspective on a mystical and historic tradition.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Contributing to a broader understanding of ancient Jewish and Christian apocalyptic literature.
All my screens just randomly went black for a second. That was weird.
Sure. Tier 4. Cain's death. The Bible doesn't explicitly detail Cain's death, and if you don't know who Cain and Abel is, well, Cain...
I thought that it said that he had to walk the earth for all of time after that he had to...
Cain killed his brother Abel because he was jealous that he was getting more attention from God. But Cain faced divine punishment, but was marked by God for protection, so he couldn't get killed and have the niceness of dying, I guess, something like that. Some texts, like the Book of Jubilees, offer alternative accounts, suggesting Cain actually died in a hunting incident. These narratives contribute to diverse traditions and interpretations surrounding Cain's fate, and although some say that Cain actually was marked by God so he couldn't die, and he was forced to walk the earth forever. So, technically, Cain could still be on the world today. All the way from the start of the world, Cain could still be somewhere around the world because he isn't blessed with the able to die.
Mm-hmm.
Papias's account...
Did he just say blessed? That's a curse, dog.
...of Judas's death. Judas, who died... like we talked about earlier, from hanging, but Papias, who was an early Christian writer, offers a different account of Judas's death, suggesting a different and more vivid narrative. According to Papias, Judas suffered a gruesome fate after swelling to an immense size and experiencing a fatal discharge of bodily fluids. This account really contrasts with the other biblical narratives and reflects diverse early Christian traditions surrounding Judas's demise. St. John helping Mary. The Gospel of John narrates a poignant scene where, during Jesus' crucifixion, he entrusts the care of his own mother Mary to the beloved disciple, traditionally identified as John. In this act, Jesus expresses his concern for Mary's welfare and symbolizes the broader community of believers. The moment underscores themes of things such as love, compassion, and
what was this one?
Traditionally identified. This account really contrasts with the other biblical narratives and reflects the interpretations surrounding Cain's fate. And although some say that Cain actually was marked by God so he couldn't die, and he was forced to walk the earth forever. So technically, Cain could still be on the world today. All the way from the start of the world, Cain could still be somewhere around the world because he isn't blessed with the able to die. Papias' account of Judas's death. Judas, who died, like we talked about earlier, from hanging, but Papias, who was an early Christian writer, offers a different account of Judas's death, suggesting a different and more vivid narrative. According to Papias, Judas suffered a gruesome fate after swelling to an immense size and experiencing a fatal discharge of bodily fluids. This account really contrasts with the other biblical narratives and reflects diverse early Christian traditions surrounding Judas's demise. St. John helping Mary. The Gospel of John narrates a poignant scene where, during Jesus' crucifixion, he entrusts the care of his own mother Mary to the beloved disciple, traditionally identified as John. In this act, Jesus expresses his concern for Mary's welfare and symbolizes the broader community of believers. The moment underscores themes of things such as love, compassion, and communal responsibility. This gesture has inspired devotion and contemplation within Christian traditions, emphasizing the profound connections and responsibilities within the spiritual family. The dead resurrected along with Christ. Matthew's Gospels record that at the moment of Jesus' death on the cross, there were earthquakes and tombs opened, and many saints who had died were actually resurrected. They appeared to people in Jerusalem after Jesus' resurrection. While the biblical account is concise, it signifies that
you opened him.
the profound...
Did that person really just open him up and then say good game? Is he gonna slam into me? Okay, no. Why did he say good game?
Impact of Christ's death and his resurrection, symbolizing victory over death and offering a glimpse of the transformative power of the crucifixion in the lives of who believed, such as the saints that were resurrected. Simon Magus, mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, was a Samaritan magician who practiced sorcery. He astounded people with his magical feats, claiming to be someone great. When he witnesses the apostles' miracles, he sought to purchase the ability to impart the Holy Spirit, although he was confronted by Peter.
Yellow is still watching? Why? I feel bad about this, but I almost just want to take out yellow and then go head to head with red in a few games here.
Simon's intentions.
As long as he doesn't open
his
up
story
red.
reflects early encounters between magic and Christianity, highlighting the challenges faced by emerging Christian communities in the context of competing beliefs. Different angel types. Angelic hierarchies in various different religions, traditions feature different types of angels, such as in Christian angelology, classifications include seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels, and regular angels. Each type is believed to have different specific roles and attributes in serving God and interacting with humanity. Saint Paul in the third heaven. In 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 2 through 4, St. Paul recounts an extraordinary experience of being caught up to the third heaven, where he heard inexpressible words, whether in the body or out, he couldn't definitively say. This visionary encounter underscores Paul's profound spiritual revelations and mystical experiences. The concept of three heavens may symbolize different celestial realms that we don't know about and wasn't really mentioned in the Bible, which is kind of interesting and weird. And Paul's unique encounter serves as a powerful testament to the depth of his spiritual journey and connection with divine mysteries. The Gospel of Nicodemus. The Gospel of Nicodemus, a text likely from the 4th century, expands on the events surrounding Jesus' crucifixion, trial, and descent into Hades. Also known as the Acts of Pilate, it includes the
why
trial
would you
before
open him?
Pilate, conversations with Nicodemus.
Why would he have opened him? Don't do that. Did he know what my plan was? So he opened him?
In Christ's descent into the underworld. So a really interesting kind of weird lost gospel. Although not part of the canonical gospel.
Bro. He sucks so bad.
It offers additional details and different perspectives on the Passion narrative, contributing to early Christian traditions and theological revelations and reflections on the redemptive significance of Christ's actions. And alright, that wraps up the video and the Christianity iceberg explained. I thought this was a really interesting iceberg and I'm glad I covered it. And make sure you check out Ground News. I genuinely like their stuff. I think visibility and transparency in all news networks really isn't a thing anymore, so definitely check out Ground News for just great news source. And yeah, I'm going to take a break from YouTube every while, so you won't see a video for maybe a little bit while, but I'll be back soon and better than ever. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you subscribe, and thank you all for 100K once again. See ya.
Question: would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million users using Wix? Well, we did.
Hi, I'm Sivana. I'm an R&D manager here at Wix. Today I want to show you how we use our own platform, creating some pretty complex functionalities that may surprise you. First, all of our web pages are built on Wix. They get a huge amount of traffic. Users that sign up to Wix come with all kinds of needs and goals. So to match them with the best solutions, we built an onboarding
He did the
flow
bot
on
out
Wix Editor
strategy.
using custom.
Oh, what a douche. He did the fake bot out strategy. I hate when people do that, when they do the fake bot out strategy to make it so that the game goes on. I think it's such a cheat.
So you guys know that I don't really like to talk about controversial topics that much. You know, I'm pretty much sort of a straight shooter, just likes to keep everything, you know, safe for YouTube and stuff. So today I figured we'd talk about something incredibly non-controversial, the Bible. That is right, everyone. Today we are doing the Bible or Bible theory iceberg. This chart is credit of user eMilos260 or Emilo, whatever it is, sorry. There's a couple things I want to get clear before we get started. For one, this is looking at theories and...
That's so annoying. I hate when people do that. Fuck you, bro. Tired. That was annoying.
Are associated.
This video is sponsored by the American Crisis War in the North. Check out their Kickstarter via the link in the description or at www.yourdadwilllovethis.com.
What?
Also, this
Your
video
dad
is a
will love
companion
this.
to our two-part series on the history of libertarianism. You can check it out by clicking the link on the top right of your screen. While this video totally works on its own, knowing the history of libertarianism will...
Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
add useful context. The year is 1688, and the Glorious Revolution has ended in the deposition of England's King James II and the installation of its new co-monarchs, William III and his wife, Mary II. But new rulers meant new problems. This was the age of divine right, a time when kings were chosen by God to rule their subjects. You can think what you want about this justification today, but at the time of the Glorious Revolution, it was rock solid. God was definitely real, he was definitely all-powerful, and he definitely appointed kings. And yet, here the English people were, deposing their God-chosen king. In doing so, they were declaring that God was wrong, and by replacing him, they were saying that they knew better. Unfortunately, neither of those ideas make any sense. It's not metaphysically possible for God to be wrong. As an all-knowing and all-powerful being, God defines right and wrong. But the English people really hated their old sovereign and really liked these new ones. Something had to change, and that change would come thanks to the philosopher John Locke. Locke said that God does not appoint the king with a blank check on power. Instead, God appoints kings with a mandate to protect man's natural rights. So long as a king defends man's rights, then his reign is sanctioned by God. But if he violates those rights, then he's no longer sanctioned, and the people have both the right and the obligation to overthrow him.
What is Grain mad about?
This is not dissimilar from the Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven and the heavenly cycle. But if he violates those rights, then he's no longer sanctioned, and the people have both the right and the obligation to overthrow him. This is not dissimilar from the Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven and the heavenly cycle. In the case of the Glorious Revolution, Locke was saying that since James II was violating the English people's rights, his rule was no longer sanctioned by God. The English people were right to overthrow him. But since William III and Mary II would defend their natural rights, their reign was sanctioned by God, and the people could not righteously overthrow them. This is classical liberalism, an ideology that would develop in interesting directions in the coming centuries. But before we find out how, we need to talk about our sponsor, Nations and Cannons: The American Crisis, which is on Kickstarter right now. Let me tell you, few things are more libertarian than overthrowing tyrannical governments. And in The American Crisis, you'll get to do exactly that. American Crisis.
Why would they set a 2? Why would they set a 2 right there? Grain sucks. Green socks, blue socks.
This is an expansion to the much-beloved Nations and Cannons supplement to Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition that transforms the swords and sorcery world of D&D into a historically accurate recreation of the American Revolution. The American Crisis: War in the North expands on that winning formula with even more features, including new character options for morale-boosting drummers and sharpshooting Jaegers, advanced flintlock firearms like the Amuset, Swivel Breech Rifle, Lorenzoni Musket.
There we go.
Thank you, Nations and Cannons, for sponsoring this video.
Hey, got a second? I'm going to show you how I got the flexibility to code, create, and experiment my way. Follow me. Let's dive in and start exploring. I signed up for an Azure free account and streamlined my workday. I have access to free popular services for 12 months, and I got a free $200 Azure credit. The best part? I was able to create and innovate with the skills I already have.
Not what I
Give it a
wanted
try.
to do.
Sign
Shit.
up for an Azure free account today.
Hopefully blue doesn't slam me right there. That sucks. I meant to move this 5 back.
The The coming centuries would see the rise of republics in France and the Americas. It was these republics that would see the transition away from classical liberalism and towards modern liberalism. The core ideological change here was that modern liberalism was less interested in natural rights and more interested in human rights.
Cool.
That distinction is important. Natural rights are those which man has in nature, and in the absence of a society or state. The idea being that neither government nor society should infringe on man's natural conditions any more than necessary. Natural rights are objective and hierarchical. It's not difficult to figure out what man can and can't do in a state of nature. And since the natural world is hierarchical and competitive, so too are societies based on its laws. Human rights, however, are things to which you are entitled just by being human. This is far more subjective and inherently egalitarian. After all, every human is just as human as every other, so is entitled to the same rights. But what are those rights? Unlike with natural rights, you can't just look out the window and find out. Luckily, human rights' egalitarianism provides the solution. Only a democracy with a broad franchise could possibly meet the egalitarian requirements of human rights, so why not just let people vote on their rights? That way, whatever those rights may be, everyone will have them equally, and if there's ever a problem, they can just vote for new rights. In practice, modern liberalism was characterized by skepticism of hierarchies like religion and monarchy, while it supported democracy and the welfare
I like hierarchy.
state. Thomas Paine is an excellent example of the transition
Common
from
sense.
classical
Yeah.
to modern liberalism.
No, Thomas Paine, I do not like Thomas Paine. He also wrote a book, The Rights of Man, which is about the French Revolution, which he supported. And the French Revolution was stupid.
In his Common Sense, Paine viciously attacks the idea of monarchy and supports the creation of an independent American republic. While in Rights of Man, he makes a similar but slightly less radical argument in favor of the French Revolution, one that's not altogether hostile to monarchy, but does include a major section advocating for social welfare and mass education programs. The next and final form of liberalism is the kind that most of us live under today: neoliberalism. Neoliberalism began to take shape in the decades leading up to the World Wars, and was fully realized by the end of World War II.
Alright, come on.
Neoliberal society is very different from the kind John Locke envisioned with kings and natural rights. Neoliberalism is Republican, highly democratic, and totally replaces natural rights with human rights. Neoliberal societies are also either secular or outright atheistic. But the thing is, as much as some wish it did, history did not end with neoliberalism. Many liberal states tried to go further, and that put the liberals in an awkward position.
What is this?
The process we've seen play out here is one where liberal thought moves away from natural rights and monarchy and towards a system of human rights and democracy. This was the natural and inevitable conclusion of following liberalism's initial premises to their conclusion. Liberalism was never primarily interested in natural rights. It was primarily interested in justifying its state. Remember, Locke already liked his new monarchs and their government. He just wanted to legitimize them. For most of its history...
Bro, what the fuck? What a piece of shit. What the fuck was that?
Championed the expansion of the state, with the only real limit being liberalism's love of property. But once that limit to state power was met, the state's only remaining path to expansion was by transitioning into a new order like socialism or fascism, which is exactly what it tried to do. The states that liberals once championed were now trying to escape their grasp. Some even succeeded. Now, the only way the liberals could maintain or regain their control was by fighting against or even reversing the historical process that they once led. All of a sudden, the liberals found themselves in bed with the political right. This is why socialists have been accusing the liberals of being reactionary for more than a century. And you know what? They're right. With the state at or beyond its liberal limits, only reactionary politics can keep the liberals in control. Now, it's not an original critique of reactionaries to point out that past conditions are what led to present ones, so any successful reaction would only recreate the conditions that led to the very present they're trying to abolish. This critique is what finally allows us to talk about libertarianism.
What the fuck?
The liberals found themselves in bed with the political right. This is why socialists have been accusing the liberals of being reactionary for more than a century. And you know what? They're right. With the state at or beyond its liberal limits, only reactionary politics can keep the liberals in control. Now, it's not an original critique of reactionaries to point out that past conditions are what led to present ones, so any successful reaction would only recreate the conditions that led to the very present they're trying to abolish. This critique is what finally allows us to talk about libertarianism. Before they had their ideology, proto-libertarians believed themselves to be some kind of liberal. After all, didn't liberals also believe in natural rights? But what the libertarians missed is that the liberal support for natural rights was only secondary to their primary belief in the state. That is the key philosophical difference between libertarianism and liberalism. Liberalism places the state first and believes in natural rights, human rights, democracy, or whatever else only second.
How am I not getting killed?
Legitimizes their state.
If I make it
this
this
believes in
turn,
natural rights first, and only tolerates the state insofar as it does not.
if I make it this turn, I get a trade, and I
go as far as to believe that the
could
state
still
is inherently
be in this
a
game.
violation of natural rights and calls for its complete abolition. This helps explain why much of libertarianism is so influenced by anti-liberal and usually anarchist thinkers like Lysander Spooner. Because libertarians are not fighting to defend or reform the liberal democratic order of the last 300 years. They're fighting to end it. So if liberals are reactionaries, what does that make the libertarians? Well, before we can get into that, I need to say something that will upset both libertarians and their enemies.
Real libertarianism has never been tried. Yeah.
Real libertarianism has never been tried. Libertarians may LARP and say that medieval Iceland, Ireland, or random cities in Renaissance Italy or Germany were libertarian. But that's silly. I doubt that any libertarian is genuinely trying to turn their society into medieval Iceland or a province of the Holy Roman Empire. The early United States was not libertarian either. It was just radically liberal, as is evidenced by the fact that the only thing the American state ever did was expand. Even the Constitution, that supposed limiter of federal power, never successfully limited the American government. In fact, the Constitution itself increased the size of the federal government by replacing the more restrictive Articles of Confederation that came before it. The claim that the Constitution did, or was even supposed to limit the power of the American government is highly suspect. Libertarianism's enemies, meanwhile, like to cite Russia right after the collapse of the Soviet Union as an example of a failed attempt at libertarianism. But I'm highly skeptical of that claim too.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Personally, I feel like a totalitarian command economy existing mere moments before the creation of this supposed libertarian paradise.
Hopefully some
may
people
have
don't
lived as a-
realize that they could kill me and get 5.
Situation at least a little bit. I mean, it's not like the people who were planning the economy before ended up owning all of the assets after privatization or anything. So if it's true that libertarianism has never been realized, then that means there's another interesting difference between it and liberalism. Since liberals are trying to maintain current conditions or revert back to previous ones, they're reactionaries. But libertarians are trying to create something completely new. So in spite of being on the political right, libertarians are not reactionaries. They are that rarest of political breeds, right-wing revolutionaries. Libertarians have a fundamentally right-wing view of the world. One could even say that they reject the liberal and leftist belief in the equality of man. From both the leftist and liberal perspective, if man is equal and a free society results in unequal outcomes, then some injustice must have occurred. It follows then that the state will have some obligation to equalize its subjects to bring them back to their equal natures. But to libertarians, this forced equality looks like a violation of natural rights. When a libertarian looks at the natural world, he sees individuals within the same species as unequal and able to organize themselves into hierarchies. So if that's true, from the libertarian perspective, the belief in equality will always lead to communism and slavery, because equal beings do not need to be free. An equal man would be miserable in a state of freedom, torn between the contradiction of his equal nature and unequal conditions. To libertarians, freedom is only possible and always necessary to man if he is an unequal being. In other words, if man is unequal, he must be free, and man can only be free because he is unequal.
Hey, what's up there?
Oh, I switched to H&R Block. Doing my own taxes online. I was able to file free, and it was so easy to do on my own. So long, TurboTax.
You could file free and easily do your own taxes online with H&R Block.
There we go. I'm still in this. Why would they do that?
Cars lie to us. Motorcycles tell us the truth.
Even libertarianism's supposedly left-wing positions are the result of right-wing thought. Sure, libertarians want to decriminalize vices, including hard drugs and prostitution, But that isn't because they're bleeding hearts trying to protect libertines, or atheists trying to rebel against God. Libertarians just think that those people have the right to destroy themselves, and feel no obligation to intervene. This is unlike the liberal state, whose ability to
What? Yeah.
Do you want lime juice?
Yeah.
Okay, come upstairs and get it in a couple minutes.
Okay.
legalize vice is limited. The liberal state's welfare systems means that it will bear the cost of a population full of alcoholics, drug addicts, mental and physical incompetence, and other kinds of dependents. This forces the liberal state to try and stop its people from becoming dependents in the first place. The liberal state can allow some vices, but no more than it can pay the negative consequences for. That is the force preventing a liberal society from becoming totally free. Libertarianism, on the other hand, doesn't have this problem, because it's opposed to using the state to take care of its citizens. In the absence of state welfare systems, a libertarian society can be totally free from all restraints on vices. As far as the libertarians are concerned, the question of self-destructive dependence will sort itself out. Those who can responsibly use vices will enjoy them, while those who can't won't remain a problem for long. A libertarian society is set up so there are no barriers to individuals realizing their potential. If an individual's potential is constructive, then they will succeed, and others capable of following their example will succeed too. But if an individual's potential is self-destructive, then they will be allowed to meet their fate. Libertarianism takes a Darwinian, natural rights approach to its right-wing interest of limiting social degeneracy and maximizing upwards potential. So in spite of some appearances, libertarianism is a fundamentally right-wing ideology. It may sometimes ally itself with the social left, but libertarianism does not do this because it supports self-destructive lifestyles. Libertarianism simply believes that in the absence of state intervention, social issues will sort themselves out. So let's sum all of this up. The key differences between liberalism and libertarianism are that liberalism prioritizes the state over natural rights, or may not believe in natural rights at all. Meanwhile, libertarianism always believes in natural rights, and always prioritizes them over the state. Under current political conditions, liberalism is a reactionary ideology aligned with the political right, while libertarianism is a revolutionary ideology.
What'd you say?
While fundamentally right-wing, is also anti-liberal, and because of that is very much capable of cooperating with the political left. And that's libertarianism versus liberalism. This video was funded by a secret camarilla of radical libertarians as a part of their quest to end the global liberal democratic order and replace it with their own market anarchist order, including Handsome AJ and Josiah. And by this video's sponsor, the American Crisis War in the North, which is on Kickstarter right now. Be sure to use my exclusive code Ezekiel in your Kickstarter survey, or at the Nations and Cannons web store for a free PDF of the Nations and Cannons core rulebook. Links to them and where you can support us directly are in the description. Like, comment, and subscribe for more. I'll see you in the next one.
It's deja vu all over again. Donald Trump's worst lawyer, trademark Legal Eagle, all rights reserved, Alina Habba, had a pretty wild time defending her client in his second defamation trial for things he said about E. Jean Carroll. Which is weird because she knows where her strengths are, and it's not being a trial lawyer.
Would you rather be smart or pretty? And I said, oh, easy. Pretty. I can fake being smart.
Oh, honey, no, you can't fake it. Trump's former lawyer, Joseph
Really?
Topina, left abruptly under mysterious circumstances.
I had to follow my compass, and my compass told me it was my time there was done.
So Habba was lead trial counsel in Carroll Part 2, where her lack of experience and general shadiness were on full display, resulting in an $83.3 million verdict against Trump. So let's unpack the horrible bungling of this case, what it means for Trump, and what happens next. Now, if you already watched the Legal Eagle video on the first E. Jean Carroll trial and verdict, you might be wondering why this is happening again. Well, kids, it's because time is a flat
What the
circle,
fuck?
and the vengeful gods won't be satisfied until we
There we go.
recreate everything about the last two presidential election cycles, including Trump bragging about passing a dementia test. Yes, he did that again.
Yeah, you know, they always show you the first one, like a giraffe, a tiger, or this, or that, a whale. Which one is the whale?
And it appears that a $5 million verdict was not enough to stop Donald Trump from defaming people. To review, in 2019, writer and advice columnist E. Jean Carroll accused Trump of sexually assaulting her at a department store. She wrote a book about it, and after the book was published, then President Trump issued 2 statements accusing her of making it all up. Carroll sued Trump for defamation, saying that his comments ruined her reputation, damaged her career, and, quote, resulted in a slew of insults and threatening messages, emails, and comments to her social media accounts. The lawsuit stalled in federal court because the Department of Justice, then led by Bill Barr, concluded that Trump made his remarks in his official capacity as president, and he was therefore immune from that lawsuit. But although Trump may be smart enough to correctly identify a whale, he was not smart enough to stop talking about Carroll and take the win. After he lost the election, Trump continued to trash talk Carroll. So she sued him again in 2022. This
Yeah, because she lied.
time for remarks he made after he was no longer a dementia test. Yes, he did that again.
Yeah, you know, they always show you the first one, like a giraffe, a tiger, or this, or that, a whale. Which one is the whale?
And it appears that a $5 million verdict was not enough to stop Donald Trump from defaming people. To review, in 2019, writer and advice columnist E. Jean Carroll accused Trump of sexually assaulting her at a department store. She wrote a book about it, and after the book was published, then President Trump issued 2 statements accusing her of making it all up. Carroll sued Trump for defamation, saying that his comments ruined her reputation, damaged her career, and, quote, resulted in a slew of insults and threatening messages, emails, and comments to her social media accounts. The lawsuit stalled in federal court because the Department of Justice, then led by Bill Barr, concluded that Trump made his...
Why? Because I got a fucking territory? He...
threatening messages, emails, and comments to her social media accounts. The lawsuit stalled in federal court because the Department of Justice, then led by Bill Barr, concluded that Trump made his remarks in his official capacity as president, and he was therefore immune from that lawsuit. But although Trump may be smart enough to correctly identify a whale, he was not smart enough to stop talking about Carroll and take the win. After he lost the election, Trump continued to trash talk Carroll. So she sued him again in 2022, this time for remarks he made after he was no longer president. She also added a sexual assault claim. And when that case went to trial last year, a jury found Trump liable for assault and defamation. You can check out the first video that we did on that and the more than $5 million verdict.
Well, I really got
received.
Jude
In 2023,
here.
the Justice Department dropped its opposition to the original defamation lawsuit, clearing it to move forward. Basically, Trump repeated the same statements, so the government concluded that they could not have been part of his job as president, which was otherwise giving him immunity. New York also passed a law that allowed some previously time-barred sexual assault claims to go forward. And this is why the first trial was technically called Carroll 2, and the second trial is part of the Carroll 1 case regarding the during presidential statements. And since there was a prior verdict on the merits, those facts and legal conclusions are established for all time, including, spoiler, other cases like this. And in 2023, the Justice Department dropped its opposition to the original defamation lawsuit, clearing it to move forward. Judge Lewis Kaplan, who presided over the first trial, ruled that as a matter of law, Trump defamed Carroll because of the 2023 verdict. So there's only one issue in the second trial, whether Carroll suffered damages when Trump defamed her in 2019 while he was president. Trump's usual defenses, I never knew her, she didn't even go here, were off limits for this trial because liability had already been determined in the other case. Haba's job was to prove that Carroll didn't suffer any damages because of Trump's defamatory statements. So, how did she do? Well, I'm glad you asked.
Did they team up against me?
Things actually got off to a rocky start when Trump's main lawyer, Joe Tacopina, withdrew from the case. Tacopina is a seasoned trial lawyer, and Haba is not. Haba might be an okay transactional lawyer, although frankly, we have some evidence that she was extremely underhanded in that role and should be disbarred, and frankly wasn't even good at it to begin with. But she's definitely not experienced in federal trial practice, and she was facing off against Carol's lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, who has won landmark cases at the Supreme Court. Now, you might recall in the first trial, Trump was only required to pay $5 million. Now, usually it's hard to run a natural experiment to see what would happen with a better lawyer. Well, this isn't exactly apples to apples, but it's close, and it appears that a better lawyer is worth at least $78 million. But the controversy began when...
If you want to save money, watch this video. Your power bill just went up 18%, and it's gonna keep climbing. You can take back control of your power bill by switching to solar. There's no upfront cost, and it locks in your power bill at a low rate. Plus, you can get a 30% tax credit for the total cost of your system, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. But there are a few requirements.
Cringe.
And Trump's mother-in-law.
Yeah, novice. Expert. Beginner. Yeah. That was fucked. I knew that I was gonna lose if I, that they were just gonna team up on me. So I just killed Grain, because I was like, screw this.
Passed away a week before the trial was scheduled to start.
I don't know what
Trump
that was.
did what every devoted husband would do in this situation. He used the death to try to delay one of his trials. Haba said that Trump would be traveling to the funeral on the same day the trial was scheduled to start, January 17th, and therefore that he should get a 1-week delay. Judge Kaplan offered his condolences but denied the request, saying that, quote, the defendant is free to attend the funeral, the trial, or both. In a footnote, Judge Kaplan wrote, quote, "The court subsequently learned that Mr. Trump has scheduled a campaign appearance at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, January 17th, 2024 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire." So that's basically judge speak for, "I know you were lying when you previously represented to me." And despite his prior acting experience, Trump had difficulty pulling off the role of grieving husband. Now, I'll note again that it's very dumb that federal
my
courts often
goodness.
don't allow video.
This
and
guy's
that
such a
trial was
piece of
not allowed to
shit.
be
Acting like, oh, just because he didn't look like he was sad.
televised. So a huge shout out once again to
Like what?
to
Shows a
start
picture of
January
him
17th,
like
and
he's
therefore that
just
he should
standing
get a
there like
one-week
he should
delay.
just be
Judge
bawling
Kaplan
or
offered his
something.
condolences, but denied the request, saying that, quote, "The defendant is free to attend the funeral, the trial, or both." In a footnote, Judge Kaplan wrote, quote, "The court subsequently learned that Mr. Trump has scheduled a campaign appearance at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, January 17th, 2024 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire." So that's basically judge speak for, "I know you were lying when you previously represented to me." And despite his prior acting experience, Trump had difficulty pulling off the role of grieving husband. Although, frankly, we have some evidence that she was extremely underhanded in that role and should be disbarred, and frankly wasn't even good at it to begin with. But she's definitely not experienced in federal trial practice, and she was facing off against Carol's lawyer, Roberta Kaplan, who has won landmark cases at the Supreme Court. Now, you might recall in the first trial, Trump was only required to pay $5 million. Now, usually it's hard to run a natural experiment to see what would happen with a better lawyer. Well, this isn't exactly apples to apples, but it's close. And it appears that a better lawyer is worth at least $78 million. But the controversy began when Trump's mother-in-law passed away a week before the trial was scheduled to start. Trump did what every devoted husband would do in this situation. He used the death to try to delay one of his trials.
What the? Like he's
Hobbs
not
said that
going to go
Trump
to
would
trial.
be traveling to the funeral on the same day the trial was scheduled to start, January 17th, and therefore that he should get a one-week delay. Judge Kaplan offered his condolences but denied the request, saying that, quote, "The defendant is free to attend the funeral, the trial, or both." In a footnote, Judge Kaplan wrote,
Bro, that's it.
Quote, "The court subsequently learned that Mr. Trump has scheduled a campaign appearance at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, January 17th, 2024 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire." So that's basically judge speak for, "I know you were lying when you previously represented to me." And despite his prior acting experience, Trump had difficulty pulling off the role of grieving husband. Now, I'll note again that it's very dumb that federal courts often don't allow video and that this trial was not allowed to be televised. So a huge shout out once again to Matthew Russell Lee at the Inner City Press, who basically live tweeted the whole thing. But it's also possible that not all the nuance was captured, so take these live accounts with a grain of salt. Now, you might think that the delay issue was settled after the judge's ruling, but that's only because you're not thinking like...
Yeah, no, also they didn't... Trump wanted them to video the trial. Trump was the one who wanted it. It's not like he didn't... Like, he was the one who said that he didn't want the trial to go. He wanted it.
On the first day...
Whoever is the one who doesn't want people to see what's happening, I feel like is the one who's in the wrong.
Day of trial, Haba asked the judge to postpone the trial, and Judge Kaplan said, quote, "The application is denied. I will hear no further argument on it." Now, when a judge tells you he's done hearing an argument, he is really done, and you should probably shut up at that point. But not if you're Alina Haba. She tried to make the same motion, and Kaplan cut her off, stating, quote, "None. Do you understand that word? Sit down." Haba fired back, quote, "I don't like to be spoken to that way, Your Honor." She asked to delay again, and he said, "It's denied. Sit down." It's stuff like this that Alina Haba would later refer to when she said that she was not allowed to speak in court and was told what to say. Yeah, you're allowed to make an argument, just not over and over and over again. Now, after the jury was selected and trial got underway, Haba struggled with applying the rules of evidence to get her exhibits admitted. When Haba was cross-examining Carol, she said, quote, "Many people called you a liar before..."
That's because the judge was this woke judge who was who definitely just wanted to go after Trump.
The president made his statement. Predictably, Robbie Kaplan objected on the grounds that Haba was making a statement, not asking a question. Haba then said, well, quote, "I wasn't finished. It says here, you're a pathetic old hag." The "it" was a document that had yet to be admitted into evidence, so Judge Kaplan stopped Haba from continuing, quote, "No, we are not going to read out loud a document that is not yet in evidence. We're going to take a break right here to 3:30, and you are going to refresh your memory about how you get a document in." This is so bad. It's the equivalent of a teacher saying, you're getting a timeout and think about what you did. Write the federal rules of evidence 10 times on the blackboard. But an exhibit is a document or object that's used by either side in a lawsuit to prove a claim. Now, you don't just get to pull out a document and ask a witness to look at it. First, you have to show the exhibit to the other party, the other lawyer. Then generally you need a witness to testify about the exhibit to demonstrate that it's authentic and relevant to the issues at stake. And this is known as, laying the foundation for an exhibit. And usually a lawyer then asks the judge, may I approach the witness to show them the document? And once you've identified the exhibit and laid the foundation, you ask the judge to admit it into evidence. Then you can ask specific questions about what's inside of the document. But Haba didn't know how to do this. And things got so bad that Judge Kaplan started telling Haba how to admit her evidence step by excruciating step. And when Carol was on the witness stand, the judge said, quote, show it to her, ask her if she recognizes it. Haba did that, but she hadn't labeled the document. Judge Kaplan said, it should be marked, do it appropriately, do it overnight, they need to be pre-marked. And this is extremely standard practice. Even before evidence is admitted, you need to know how to reference it. It's so basic. It's so embarrassing that I just want to hide under my desk here. And it's not like a lawyer has to guess what the judge's rules are. All judges have standing orders to cover how they run their courtroom. Judge Kaplan's standing order states that he requires his exhibits to be pre-marked. See page 7, which states, quote, documents to be offered as exhibits shall not be attached to witness statements, but shall be pre-marked and exchanged along with other proposed exhibits in the usual fashion. Now, if you've ever been sued for defamation, you'll want a good lawyer, not Alina Haba. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've been in a car crash, suffered from sexual harassment, or were in a data breach and got one of those data breach letters, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you don't lose your chance for a full recovery and maximize your options. So just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click on the link below. But these mistakes are inexcusable, not just because they're so basic, but because if you don't know how to do this stuff, A, learn, it's not that hard, and B, you don't need to be the only attorney. You can hire local counsel who knows the local rules, or at least knows how to try a case. Not everyone is a trial lawyer. That's okay. Just get help. But not everything that went wrong was Haba's fault. In her defense, she does have potentially the world's worst client. Trump repeatedly spoke while Carol was testifying. That's not permitted. Reporters heard Trump saying, quote,
it's a witch hunt, and it really is a con job.
Judge Kaplan.
Yeah, because it is.
Kaplan excused the jury from the room and then said, quote, Mr. Trump, I hope I don't have to consider excluding you from the trial. I understand you're probably very eager for me to do that. Trump responded, quote,
I would love it.
This provoked Judge Kaplan to say, quote, I know you would, you just can't control yourself in these circumstances, apparently. Trump shot back, you can't either. So this is probably why it was reported that Joseph Tacopina told Trump not to go near the courtroom before he unceremoniously left the legal team. But Haba's trial work didn't get any better. She allegedly came down with COVID-19 right before it was time for her to present her case. Haba said that her parents were sick with COVID and she had a fever. Judge Kaplan did grant her request to delay the trial until she got better. But the illness just happened to coincide with the New Hampshire primary, which Trump won. Haba was then caught partying at a Trump soiree in the Granite State. Here she is posing with Trump staffer Dylan Quattrucci. The Trump campaign kicked Quattrucci out of the event because he posted the selfie he took with her.
This is how they treat loyalty in Trump world. I've done nothing but be extremely loyal to this man, and they kicked me out.
So maybe now he'll switch from the Republican Party to the leopards eating people's faces party. But the fake sick out delayed the day that Trump would finally take the witness stand, and when it finally happened, Judge Kaplan placed strict limits on his testimony since there had already been a trial on liability and Trump waived his right to testify. And during that trial, Joe Tacopina told the judge that Trump had waived his right to testify and was resting his case. Judge Kaplan then had to break the news to Tacopina that his client, who was hanging out on a golf course in Ireland, had just told the press that he was jetting back to New York to testify.
I have to go back for a woman that made a false accusation about me.
Of course, Trump never showed up. But this time around, Trump was in the building. However, as the judge said, quote, it is a very well-established legal principle in the country that prevents do-overs by disappointed litigants. And he's right, this is called collateral estoppel. It's the legal doctrine that prevents a party from relitigating an issue that was resolved in a prior lawsuit. So, in light of that, the judge asked Haba what Trump would testify about. This is also an extremely standard thing, although that hasn't stopped Alina Haba from complaining about it. It's called a proffer. If there's a question about the suitability or admissibility of testimony, you can ask the lawyer to proffer what is going to be said to make sure. And Haba answered, quote, that he stands behind his deposition. I'll ask about his state of mind. He'll say he was defending himself. Now, the judge did give her the benefit of the doubt, but having Trump reaffirm his deposition testimony wasn't the best idea. As New York lawyer Mitchell Epner correctly explained, quote, "It is actually going to be counterproductive. The jury is going to be instructed that the answers Trump gave during the deposition were not just false, but knowingly false and made with actual malice, which was required for the prior verdict. Reaffirming those answers will support punitives."
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free. So he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax Free Edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your max refund guaranteed. Make your moves count. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com.
I'm set up pretty good to where I have two I have two jokers. Oof. Yes, he's leaving.
Mitchell Epner did a 1-hour interview with Liz Dye about this case over at Liz's new podcast at lawandchaospod.com. I highly recommend you check it out. During this exchange, Trump started yelling from the gallery, quote, "I wasn't at the trial, I never met this woman." This pissed off Judge Kaplan, quote, "Mr. Trump, keep your voice down." He asked Haba for assurances that her client would abide by his instructions. Haba said she, quote, "didn't have a crystal ball about what he would do." Judge Kaplan told Haba that she could ask Trump if he stood by his deposition testimony. Haba balked, saying she needed to ask Trump what his intentions were when he made the defamatory statements. Judge Kaplan said that the topic was off limits. Quote, "I will decide what he has a right to do here. That's my job, not yours." Judge Kaplan told Haba not to ask Trump an open-ended question, warning her that, quote, "If you ask it, there's likely to be an objection and I'm likely to sustain it." With that settled, Trump started talking loudly again, and as NBC's Katie Phang reported, Trump says out loud in court before the jury is brought back in, "I don't know who this woman is, never met this woman." Judge Kaplan warned him, "Mr. Trump, keep your voice down. You're interrupting these proceedings while your counsel is talking, and that is not permitted." When the jury re-entered the courtroom, Haba announced she's calling President Donald Trump to the witness stand, but this got under Judge Kaplan's skin, and Trump immediately did what the judge warned him not to do, contest the substance of the allegations that he sexually assaulted Carol. Right out of the gate, Haba asked, "Do you deny these allegations?" And Trump says, "I consider it a false accusation." And the testimony was stricken. Remember, all this was...
So they won't let him say that he didn't do the thing that they're claiming him of doing? What?
already established as a matter of law in the first trial. The testimony was stricken because the merits of the case were already decided in the first case. Collateral estoppel is quite a big issue. Haba also asked, did you ever instruct anyone to hurt Miss Carroll? Trump said, I just wanted to defend myself, my family, and frankly, the presidency. On cross-examination, Roberta Kaplan asked if this was the only trial that he attended, and he said yes, and she had no further questions. And as lawyer Renato Mariotti points out, this was a smart move. Quote, any question she asked would give him an opportunity to riff on irrelevant subjects and get his story out in front of the jury, which he and his lawyer haven't done well otherwise. Now, on the last day of trial, Haba and her client were late to court. Things got worse when Haba and her co-counsel tried to show the jury a slide of tweets that had not been admitted into evidence. Judge Kaplan told Haba, quote, you are on the verge of spending some time in the lockup. Now sit down. See, Carroll's team had apparently agreed to stipulate to let those tweets in, but Haba had forgotten to put that into evidence during the actual trial. Again, even if the other side agrees, you still have to lay the foundation and admit it into evidence. I think anyone that has seen any random episode of Law & Order would know this. During closing, Haba claimed that Trump was being denied his constitutional rights. Quote, ladies and gentlemen, in our country, you have a constitutional right to speak. Kaplan smacked that down, saying, you have a constitutional right to do some kinds of speech and not others. Haba questioned whether Trump knew Carroll and whether
this is such dumb bullshit.
He actually assaulted her, when Judge Kaplan reminded the jury that it's been established that Carroll told the truth about Trump sexually assaulting her.
But she didn't. She lied, for sure. She doesn't even know the story.
Haba snapped back, saying, quote, it is established by a jury. Judge Kaplan said, it is established, and you will not quarrel with me. You will finish your statement. Haba
Yeah,
also
I'd want
tried
to punch these people in the fucking face
her
if
hand
they
in
were
comedy
doing this
telling the
with
jury
me.
that Carol wasn't the only person in America who got death threats on Twitter. Quote,
These
ladies and
people would be
gentlemen,
so
I received
fucking
3 this week alone. That's me on a good day. Not surprisingly, Judge Kaplan told her she was out of line and struck that remark. Again, closing arguments rely on the evidence that was admitted into court. You can't just talk about random stuff that happened to you. But again, all this is supposed to relate only to damages. So Haba was on slightly stronger ground when she told the jury that Carol's life was better after the defamation. Quote, she's enjoying this. Let's not forget the fact that Miss Carol is making more money now than in 2019 when she brought this up. On the other hand, as Carol's lawyer put it, quote, Donald Trump...
Yeah, have you seen the video of her on who's... Ooh!
as if these...
I trusted that person too. Hopefully they don't get it. Come on. Don't get it. No! No! Fuck.
Rules of law just...
What the fuck? What the fuck? What was that? Okay.
Just don't.
What the fuck was that? You could have went in. Got the, what? What the fuck?
Apply to him.
I want to watch this. Because that was
nerve
some
was Trump, who
scumming-
got
that
up
was
and
fucked.
stormed out of the courtroom. When Trump's quasi-lawyer Boris Epshteyn tried to run after him, the judge said no one else at the defense counsel table was allowed to leave. Quote, "That includes you, Mr. Epstein." Carroll used evidence of Trump's wealth from the New York Attorney General case where he's desperately trying to show that he has a lot of money.
He
So
just
probably in an
fed
effort to
him.
avoid prejudicing himself in that case, Trump didn't really dispute any of that evidence, which helped Carroll establish
kill.
that the punitive damages needed to be high to actually incentivize him to stop his conduct.
I'm working on this new case. A missing scientist. Frozen solid?
I've seen that before, years ago. The Night Country. It takes us one by one.
Your time is limited. The time has come to wield your power and seal your...
Carroll's lawyers told
So then he breaks that. But he didn't break it when it was for purple.
told the jurors that Trump will continue to defame Carroll, quote, unless you make it stop. They showed the jury 2 videos of Trump making jokes about Carroll. The first was just hours after the first verdict. The second happened at a CNN town hall the day after the verdict, where Trump's Carroll is an ugly liar routine got big laughs from the audience.
I have no idea who the hell. She's a whack job.
You did not.
So Carroll's attorneys asked for $12 million to repair her reputation and at a minimum of $12 million for emotional harm. These are compensatory damages. Carroll also asked the jury to award punitive damages. Punitive damages are only allowable when there's a high degree of intentionality and moral turpitude, and the goal of punitive damages is to deter the defendant from engaging in similar conduct in the future. And we already know that Trump finds it difficult, nay impossible, not to engage in similar conduct because he defamed Carroll right after the first Carroll trial and was tweeting about her the night before closing arguments. So not surprisingly, the jury awarded Carroll $7.3 million in compensatory damages for emotional harm, $11 million to cover the costs of a media campaign to restore her reputation, and $65 million in punitive damages. But Trump didn't present an opposing expert to dispute the amount that it would take to repair Carroll's reputation, which is probably something that you'd want to do in a damages-only trial. And you can see that instead of signing the verdict form, the jurors are listed by number. That's because Judge Kaplan decided that the jury should be anonymous for their own personal safety. And before he dismissed them for the last time, the judge said, quote, "My advice to you is that you never disclose that you were on this jury." Now, Trump wasn't present when the verdict was read. He left the courthouse 20 minutes beforehand, evidently choosing not to be on hand for the humiliating verdict. It's likely that Trump will appeal. The Supreme Court has held that punitive damages violate the due process clause if the amount is grossly excessive. And what's grossly excessive is up for debate. In a case that involves State Farm Insurance, a jury awarded the plaintiff $1 million in compensatory damages and $145 million in punitives. And the Supreme Court said that that was excessive because it was neither reasonable nor proportionate to the wrong committed by the defendant. So a ratio of 145 to 1 was just too high. And in 1996, in a case called BMW versus Gore, the Supreme Court created 3 factors to determine whether to uphold a punitive damages award. 1, the degree of reprehensibility of the defendant's conduct. 2, the ratio of punitive damages to compensatory damages, and usually a single-digit multiplier is allowable. And 3, comparing sanctions that have been imposed for comparable misconduct. And here, the punitive damages are actually likely to hold up. The ratio of punitives to compensatory damages is about 3.5x, and everyone is assuming that Trump will appeal, and he might, but to stay the execution of the judgment, that is, to prevent Carroll from immediately collecting from Trump, he would need to post a bond. Now, generally in the Southern District of New York, you need to post 110% of the value of the judgment. And usually you would go to a bond company and have them post it. You would pay the bond company a very small fraction of the bond value, and they post the bond. The bond company gets to keep about 1%. But the weird thing is that in the first Carroll trial, Trump posted the bond in cash. He paid the full amount directly to the court. Now, his lawyers said that that was to avoid the 1% bond fee, or about $55,000 on a $5 million bond. But it's also possible that no bond company was actually willing to work with him. And who knows what's going to happen here. But if he doesn't post the bond, then Carroll can start enforcing the judgment by seizing Trump's assets and putting liens on his property, which would be especially bad for Trump because many of his assets are public and well-known, making them a lot easier to seize. And Habba's bad lawyering may also come back to bite Trump on appeal as well. Because she often let in evidence without objection and fumbled so many of the issues, she likely didn't preserve a lot of the otherwise appealable issues. Generally, you need to make your argument in the trial court and preserve issues in the trial court to be allowed to bring those issues up on appeal. And if you don't, you waive those issues. Anyway, hire competent counsel, kids. But the big question is whether this verdict will actually stop Trump from ranting about Carroll. But as Elie Mystal points out, in Trump's first comments after the verdict, he specifically did not mention Carroll by name. So maybe punitives do work. But right now, Alina Habba probably just wants to disappear from the face of the planet. Luckily, today's sponsor, Incogni, can help, because Incogni removes your personal data from online data brokers to help you stay private. They'll reach out to make sure it's taken down, and if these data brokers object, which I've seen in my case, Incogni will take care of that too and make sure that they take it down. Have you been getting a ton of spam emails, calls, and texts? I know I have, and it's probably in part because online data brokers have your data and sell it to unscrupulous advertisers. Now, I don't know if you've ever Googled yourself, but there are major people search sites that probably have your personal contact info. It might be because of a data hack, but sometimes our friends and family.
What the? Yeah, I would have killed Purple first. I saw this.
If you want
I
to
was
save
watching
money,
a little
watch
bit of
this
this
video. Your Northwestern
earlier
energy
today.
bill just went up 28%. That's one of the largest increases ever. You can
Oh God, this is so good for him. I hate it. I hate that it's so good for him because he's such a piece of shit, so unserious and does not care. Zuckerberg apologized to the families during the Senate hearing.
About this, but it is a big, busy day on Capitol Hill. We're going to go back to the hearing where Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri, is questioning Mark Zuckerberg.
In the last 7 days. Now, I know you're familiar with these stats.
How were they all experts? Wait, was that the other game that I was thinking about? No, how were they all experts?
Because he sent you an email where he lined it all out. I mean, we've got a copy of it right here. My question is, who did you fire for this? Who got fired because of that?
Senator, we study all of this because it's important and we want to improve our service.
Well, you just told me a second ago you studied it, that there was no linkage. Who did you fire?
I said you mischaracterized.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all.
Who did you fire?
Senator, I don't think that's.
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that.
Because you didn't fire anybody, right? You didn't take any significant
I don't
action.
think it's appropriate.
It's so funny that he's saying that because, like, they definitely fired motherfuckers, I'm sure. Come on, bro. They did, like, a massive layoff for Meta, even. Like, it's so easy for him to say, like, yeah, we fired a shit ton of people. Who cares? Like, yeah,
okay,
they
so
fired
I'm
the janitor, probably. And then you can just, like, chalk that up as a
going
W.
to,
But it is a ridiculous line of questioning because, like, yeah, there's massive layoffs happening everywhere in the tech sector. I'm not defending Mark Zuckerberg here, but I mean, I'm certainly not defending Josh Hawley either.
We have to talk about like
It's not
individual HR
appropriate.
decisions.
Do you know who's sitting behind you? You've got families from across the nation whose children are either severely harmed or gone, and you don't think it's appropriate to talk about steps that you took? The fact that you didn't fire a single person? Let me ask you this. Have you compensated any of the victims?
Sorry?
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated them?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Don't you think they deserve some compensation for what your platform has done? Help with counseling services, help with dealing with the issues that your services cause?
Our job is to make sure that we build tools to help keep people safe.
Are you going to compensate them?
Senator, our job.
God, I hate how fucking bad faith this line of questioning is, but he's kind of cooking them. God, I hate it. I hate it. It's a mid-off. Like, I despise Mark Zuckerberg for a million different reasons. I think Meta is awful. I think the algorithms are genuinely damaging. And then Josh Hawley is a demon as well. But now he's doing the Piers Morgan technique. Having a guy that is like, that everybody hates, and cooking them so you look good in comparison. So people forget that you're Piers Morgan, right? It's like, that's what he's doing.
Job, and what we take seriously is making sure that we build industry-leading tools to find harmful
To
content,
make money.
take it off the services,
To make money.
and to build tools that empower parents.
So you
that
didn't
help
take.
By the way, yeah, you are completely correct. The people that are saying like, where's this energy for the gun manufacturers? Great question. Imagine a world in which they do this to like every company, which by the way, it's valid to do this to social media too.
Take any action. You didn't take any action. You didn't fire anybody. You haven't compensated a single victim. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now? Well, they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize?
Oh God, Josh Hawley bullied a billionaire. Oh God, this is so good for him. I hate it. I hate that it's so good for him because he's such a piece of shit, so unserious, and does not care even remotely about the safety and security of these fucking families. Fuck off.
Apologize for what you've done to these good people.
Why we invest
What is he doing?
And are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
You know, why, Mr. Zuckerberg, why should your company not?
This feels like big government to me. I'm chilling with our government meddling in the business of these major corporations, but fuck, where's the consistency of the cognitive dissonance? Wait, what do you mean? The government always meddles in the business. It's just like, it only meddles in business affairs in the direction of capital owners, and this won't be any different than that, okay? I don't think that this will be, like, the government is constantly meddling in big business. Big government is always hand in hand. It's just that when they meddle in big business, they do it at the behest of the owners of the corporations, and not necessarily the workers, right? They very rarely also do it for the consumers. They almost always balance. If there is a genuine issue, then that they balance that. Like,
I actually do agree with that that a lot of the government does this, but it seems like these guys are just railing Mark
consumers come
Zuckerberg
second.
because
Capital owners number one, consumers second, last place is labor, obviously. So that's it. Why doesn't social media companies take the gun lobby lay and say it's the people doing it, not our products? They probably will. Or they probably would approach it in the same way, but I don't know. I mean, they kind of are. That's the whole reason for why we have safe harbor. But it's not as powerful as it's not as powerful as a like, it's not, no pun intended, but it's not the meta, right? Why isn't Twitter in this too? Twitter is in this. Linda Yaccarino
Sued for this. Why is it that you can claim, you hide behind a liability shield, you can't be held accountable? Shouldn't you be held accountable personally? Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I think I've already answered this. I mean, these
Well,
are
try
serious
this again.
issues.
Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I view my job and the job of our company as building the best tools that we can to keep our community safe.
Well, you're failing at
and
that.
Well, Senator, we're doing an industry-leading effort. We build AI tools
nonsense. Your product is killing people. Will you personally commit to compensating the victims? You're a billionaire. Will you commit to compensating the victims? Will you set up a compensation fund
Senator,
with your
I
money?
think these are
With your money.
complicated- Senator, these are complicated.
Yes, no, that's not a complicated question, though. That's a
Senator,
yes or no.
this is-
Will you set up a victims compensation fund?
God, that's such a good. God, I wish he. God, I hate this.
This guy's
I hate
good.
This so much.
This guy
I
is
hate
good.
it because
He is very.
That's such a good bar.
We communicate well. We are.
That is a great line of questioning. He is holding.
He's at
his
least
foot
good
to the
at communicating and understanding
He's holding
the-
him accountable. He's doing it in a very aesthetically pleasing manner, if that makes sense. And you hate to see it, I guess. You hate to freaking see it. I hate the freaking.
Why do you hate to see it?
Because it's being done by the worst piece of shit out there, and it's also never the same kind of energy that they have for example, the likes of. They don't have this kind of smoke for the gun lobby, the gun manufacturers. They don't have this kind of smoke for DuPont Chemical. You know what I mean? They don't have this kind of smoke for pharmaceutical corporations.
That was scary.
So, not to say that like this is a bad line of questioning. I think this is good. It's okay though because Cotton went full dumbass during his line of questioning. Yeah, it's like watching Goebbels hit a home run. Yes. The issue is this line of questioning is just why did you beat your wife over and over again? Yeah. I know, but that's good. That reads well to the average human.
What
do you mean, Goebbels? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, this is like what they should be doing to every company, even if they do not demand any kind of real restitution, or they can get like any kind of real restitution from any of these other companies. This kind of attack is still good. Populism 101 certainly, but this is what I demand from my Democratic congresspersons too.
With your
He's a homie for sure.
money, the money you made on these families sitting behind you. Yes or no?
Senator, I don't think that's my job is to
Sounds
make
like
sure
a
that we
no.
have good tools. My
Sounds
job
like a
is
no.
to make sure that
Your job is to be responsible for what your company has done. You've made billions of dollars on the people sitting behind them. Are you here? You've done nothing to help them. You've done nothing to compensate them. You've done nothing to put it right. You could do so here today, and you should. You should, Mr. Zuckerberg. Before my time expires, Mr. Chu, let me just ask you, your platform, why should your platform not be banned in the United States of America? You are owned by a Chinese communist company, or a company based in China. The editor-in-chief of your parent company is a Communist Party secretary. Your company has been surveilling Americans for years. According to leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based employees of your company have repeatedly accessed non-public data of United States citizens. Your company has tracked journalists improperly gaining access to their IP addresses, user data, in an attempt to identify whether they're writing negative stories about you. Why should your platform is basically an espionage arm for the Chinese Communist Party? Why should you not be banned in the United States of America?
Senator, I disagree with your characterization. Many of what you have said, we have explained in a lot of detail. TikTok is used by 170 million Americans.
I know, and every single one of those Americans are in danger from the fact that you track their keystrokes, you track their app usage, you track their
Why is he laughing about that?
Data.
Yeah, this part of the conversation is literally like, dog, you are currently yelling at a dude from Singapore, okay, for engaging in the exact same practices that every other corporation engages in, okay? The only difference is it's China that owns the company. That's it. Like, this is just a straight up bad because China moment. TikTok
yeah, I forgot that he's like a giant China simp.
is bad, okay? TikTok is bad. It breaks people's brains for sure. The hilarious part of this is that it's like the surveillance strategies that they're talking about and all this stuff is like commonplace, is common practice. I think that in this circumstance, like, regulation is a must. But I don't know what the best way to do it is. I don't know what the best strategy going forward should be. I don't know. It is funny though that it is funny thinking about like how much smoke they have for this when they could, like, the Chinese government could just like buy this information, okay?
And we know that all of that information can be accessed by Chinese employees who are subject to the dictates of the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in this country?
Senator, that is not accurate. A lot of what you describe we collect, we don't.
Why does he want? Why would he have not stayed in North America? He had a perfect spot in North America. I'm so confused. That was really weird.
It is 100% accurate. Do you deny that repeatedly Americans' data has been accessed by ByteDance employees in China?
We built a project that cost us billions of dollars to stop that, and we have made a lot of progress.
And it hasn't been stopped, according to the Wall Street Journal report from just yesterday.
So you're okay with China trying to suppress our journalists? Wait, what? I never said that. What are you talking about? No, dude, I know everybody always goes like, dude, you love China, you love China.
He does love China.
I don't think TikTok is good.
He's a China simp.
I'm quite literally mentioning that China and its impact, or TikTok's impact on the Western world, is damaging. Okay? It is. And not only that, but I'm saying internally in China, they have a TikTok equivalent, and it has a shit ton of safeguards in it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? There are better criticisms of and better regulations surrounding what to do. Simply wrong? What do you mean? Surrounding what we must do with TikTok and all other social media, including the surveillance stuff too, for sure. It's just laughable to think about like TikTok doing extra surveillance more than anyone else. And it's like going to Chinese people, and it's actually suppressing journalists or whatever. Like China is like controlling American journalists or suppressing their information is pretty funny, because that is no longer even the tip of the iceberg. You're now talking about some fucking insane shit. Okay?
Even now, ByteDance workers, without going through official channels, have access to the private information of American citizens. I'm quoting from the article: private information of American citizens, including their birth date, their IP address, and more. That's now.
Senator, as we know, the media doesn't always get it right. What we have.
But the Chinese Communist Party does.
Oh, that was a good. Okay, show. Okay, show. Bro, show did the damn thing. He went fake news. That's actually a good line, because it's like, it's one that works really well for the Republican audience. You know what I mean? To which his response again is like,
oh, he did that so that he can't.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we have spent billions of dollars to build this project. It's rigorous, it's robust, it's unprecedented, and I'm proud of the work that the 2,000 employees are doing to protect the data.
But it's not protected. That's the problem, Mr. Chu. It's not protected at all. It's subject to Communist Chinese Party inspection and review. Your app, unlike anybody else sitting here and have
my eyes are rolling out of my head.
Everyone knows I've got
My
problems
eyeballs
with
are
everybody
rolled
here.
behind.
But your app, unlike any of those, is subject to the control and inspection of a.
I think the major thing with TikTok is that it's owned by China, and and because it's owned by China, they just hate that. They don't have like the same level of control and the same level of backdoor access to the same degree that they do to like every other American social media platform that our intelligence agencies are monitoring and utilizing at any given moment. Being owned by ByteDance also gives TikTok like additional bandwidth as far as like not being as malleable or as susceptible to
I'm
like,
gonna
public
let
pressure.
Blue live, because Blue is a good homie. Hopefully other people let him live. No, don't kill Blue.
Say in the same way that like Meta could be, there's a reason why TikTok is, first of all, the moderation on TikTok is, I think, a bunch of monkeys and levers. Okay, I'm almost certain like there is not a human that controls any part of that process. We've talked about this quite a bit. It's really awful. I get banned every week. It's like insane. I get unbanned. I ask for like a human to look at it. I get unbanned, and then I get banned again for the same fucking video. It's completely random. It makes no goddamn sense. It's really, really, really stupid. Interview a TikTok employee. There is none. This is the only TikTok employee, brother. Okay? I'm not even kidding. This is the guy. He's the one guy that is a human being that works at TikTok. Everyone else is like AI and like I said, monkeys with levers. Okay?
What? Did he just call Chinese people monkeys?
Pulleys, levers, a crank system, buttons that they're pressing. So, overall, I think he's the one unbanning me. Yeah, he unbans me because he's like, you're China's bravest warrior. But anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is, are you comfortable with Facebook and Google doing the same thing? No, that's what I'm trying to point to. My argument is, no, this regulation is not just for TikTok. It should be across the board, except there is no regulation. And the TikTok part of the conversation is simply to try and bully TikTok so they can sell it to an American company and continue the same process. That's it. That's my point. I'm not saying it's good that TikTok is surveilling people, okay? I have had a very consistent point on this from the jump, okay? Here's how this works. These guys love hammering TikTok because they say, ooh, scary, China is doing the surveilling, okay? Ooh, scary. If they were to come out with regulation that would impact all of the companies in the same exact way, that would be wonderful. But that's not the goal here. The goal isn't even to regulate TikTok. The goal is to sell off TikTok to an American company so that, you know, they can have an additional level of control and maybe even pressure.
Wow! Every great wizard started out as nothing more than what we are now. Students. If they can do it, why not us? Expecto Patronum!
Okay? I mean, look, this is my theory. This is what I think. This is what I think they want. They don't like that there is like a company out there that's not as malleable and not as susceptible to like even pressures from the State Department, right? I don't know. I feel like there is an allowance that TikTok has as far as like even what kind of information is like readily accessible on there. That
I almost
you
want to
certainly,
take fucking
have way more rigorous checks and controls over when you compare it to, and I'm talking of course about Palestine, when you compare it to like Meta, right? Meta is like very openly suppressing pro-Palestinian content. Any mentions of Palestine whatsoever, you get clapped, and they're very unapologetic about it. Ironic considering that, you know, they
Well, I mean, Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish, so that makes sense.
basically were partially responsible, according to investigations, in the last time Muslims were being genocided en masse. And I'm, of course, referring to Rohingya, the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar. And so, you know, they're obviously very one-sided when it comes to, like, Muslims being killed en masse, right? So it's just interesting to think about. And I think that is a couple of the reasons why I think they want to manage it. Yeah. By the same argument, Facebook no longer giving the FBI, CIA anything they want should be banned in every country except the U.S. This is essentially American spyware by the same characterization. God, American exceptionalism is such a fucking drug. Yeah. Except I do think that Meta and all these other companies are probably beholden to significantly higher standards as far as like control in Europe due to EU regulation. Does that make sense? Anyway, look, all of that shit is still what? You are so uninformed. Too much pro-Palestinian content on TikTok. Yeah, no, there
is a ton of
consideration,
pro-Palestinian
in my opinion.
stuff, and
I think that no. He's saying like this is the perspective of the senators. Guys, calm down. Everyone is so ready to go nutty mode. Okay. When you should be going nutty on that fucking subscription button because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, all right? Get nutty with it. Subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Hey, Cat for Cutie, thank you for the 10 gifted. Winter Rose, 96, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Foreign hostile government that has actively trying to track the information of whereabouts of every American.
Foreign hostile.
Wow, he just card. Douche. He just card blocked. Oh, sick.
Government, brother. Foreign hostile government. I gotta pee again.
They get their hands on. Your app ought to be banned in the United States of America for the security of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Man, he is so annoying. What does this dumb bitch gotta say?
If you live in Montana, you could lower your electric bill to less than $30 a month. How? First, you need to live in a
spike in threats against those who serve the public.
I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. I'd like to punch him in the face.
Maybe you should have been roughed up.
If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you?
In just the final months of 2023.
But the people knock it throwing the tomato. Yeah, they're fine.
Department investigated and charged individuals with making violent threats against FBI agents, federal judges, including a Supreme Court justice, presidential candidates, members of Congress, members of the military, and election workers.
If you do, I'll defend you in court. Don't worry about it. The third group, I'll be a little more violent.
Just this week, several bomb threats were made against courthouses across the country.
Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees, I promise. You know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks.
These threats of violence are unacceptable.
Oh my goodness.
Fabric of our democracy.
They don't know what happened. They're not showing she's not showing what happened before those
Over
things.
the holidays, numerous government officials made headlines when their personal residences were involved in a series of swatting attacks. Swatting is the act of anonymously calling in emergencies to authorities in order to send droves of cops to an unsuspecting target's home. It happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jack Smith, the special counsel investigating various Trump crimes, and whom we on this channel affectionately call Daddy Jack Smith.
Disgusting.
Representative Brandon Williams,
She's so
Senator Rick
cringe.
Scott, and former Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives Rusty Bowers, all within a 2-day span on Christmas and the day after. Swatting attacks have had deadly consequences in the past, a fact that the perpetrators probably knew well when they made their calls targeting politicians that they were attempting to intimidate. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. The latest instances in a growing trend in U.S. politics that is undermining the fabric of our democracy and leading the country down a dangerous path we might not be able to escape. January 6th, 2021 was not the culmination of political violence in this country. It was just the beginning. This is why political violence is ruining democracy. Roll the
Democracy. Fucking cringe.
My partner on today's video, Delete Me, is especially pertinent given the rise in violence especially perpetrated on the internet. As you'll see throughout this video, the increase in partisanship and political violence in the US means that keeping your personal information private is more important than ever. As a person who exists publicly, especially a woman who shares her opinions online,
A woman? Oh my goodness.
I am hyper aware of this. Data brokers are companies that find your information from all over the place, like in government public records and social media, and then aggregate that information and sell it to other companies. That's where those scammy looking websites that allow you to like search for people or do background checks on people, that's where they get that information. Legally, there are very few online privacy laws in the United States, so the data you might consider to be private may not be private at all. That information can then be used to steal your identity or dox you, where someone posts your contact information online to encourage people to harass you. All this data hanging out on the internet can have actual consequences in the real world. I personally use Delete Me to help keep my information off the internet and private, which gives me the peace of mind I need to come on here week after week and share my opinions publicly online. Once you sign up for Delete Me, they send you a welcome email and you can get started right away. Tell them exactly what information you want deleted, and their privacy experts take it from there. It's super easy and absolutely worthwhile for the peace of mind that it provides. You can sign up for Delete Me and get that peace of mind for yourself at the link in the description, and use code LEJA for 20% off your plan. Thanks, Delete Me. The swatting incidents
I hope they delete you.
continued into the new year, with a call placed targeting a Georgia election official on January 3rd, a call targeting the federal judge overseeing Trump's January 6th case a few days later, and a call targeting Lincoln Project founder Rick Wilson on January 8th. Swatting isn't the only example of violence being directed towards government officials. In January, prosecutors charged a Florida man, classic, for leaving numerous voicemails at the office of Representative Eric Swalwell, threatening to kill him and his children. In January alone, bomb threats forced evacuations, closures, and stepped-up security measures at state capitals in Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Montana, Oklahoma, South Dakota, and Wisconsin. These events led Attorney General Merrick Garland to make public statements about the deeply disturbing trend of increased political violence in this country. These instances are just a few examples of how public threats and intimidation in the form of prank calls, bomb threats, threatening communications in the form of telephone calls and letters, and violent threats from anonymous posters online have become part of the job description of being a government official in America today. And no branch of government is immune, from senators to secretaries of state to election workers to judges. The prominence of the role is no longer the sole indicator of who will be targeted. Liz Howard is the Deputy Director of the Elections and Government Program at the Brennan Center for Justice. In November, she testified before a Senate committee about the ongoing threats of violence, specifically being faced by election officials, those who organize, run, and ensure the safe administration of our elections, especially since the 2020 election and the proliferation of the big lie. Her testimony is
The big lie.
essential reading to understand the state of election security in this country, and it's linked in the research notes for this video, available in our Patreon community. She notes that election officials with years, sometimes decades of experience are reporting that the quantity and severity of threats and attacks against election officials have increased dramatically since 2020. Election officials have reported
I wonder if if she made this today, if she's gonna bring up the guy with the head,
receiving
with his dad's head on YouTube. Bro, that was definitely a Fed post, for sure. There's no way that shit was up for 6 hours. I've posted stuff and it went down. I literally posted one thing that was said they killed Jesus, and they took it down and like I didn't even get to post it. So I'm pretty sure that a guy talking about no. About killing the Fed and everything. If they didn't want that up, it wouldn't be up.
calls and online messages, being followed, being intimidated.
Now maybe
while
it's
on the job,
I think it probably is a real thing, but I also think that the feds that they wanted it to be up.
A man
You
in
know what I'm
Bernalillo
saying?
County, New Mexico, was charged with perpetrating a shooting spree, targeting the homes of the election officials after he had urged them not to certify the election results. The Brennan Center conducted a nationwide survey of election officials earlier in 2023. The results found that nearly 1/3 of all election officials surveyed had personally been abused, harassed, or threatened because of their job. And nearly 3/4 of all survey respondents felt that threats had increased in recent years, and nearly half indicated they were concerned about the safety of their colleagues. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't think of a single day job that I'd be willing to put my literal life on the line for, okay? Even one as noble as ensuring the smooth functioning of democratic elections. And I think a lot of people feel the same. That same Brennan Center survey found that we are losing the equivalent of 1 to 2 election officials every single day in this country. At this rate, they estimate that 20% of election officials will be running their very first presidential election this year in 2024. 20%. have never done this before. But that's just the average. Some of this turnover has been concentrated in the states where the worst of the election denial and therefore violence has occurred. Arizona has lost a top election official in 12 of its 15 counties. Nevada has experienced a 65% turnover rate. Utah's turnover rate is 59%. 1/3 of election administrators in Texas have left their jobs since 2020. And this isn't isolated to large cities or spread evenly across counties. Buckingham County, Virginia, home to 17,000 people, had its entire election staff resign after electoral board meetings, which used to be so boring that no one even attended them, became packed and contentious. And these departures meant that there was no functioning election administration in Buckingham County, Virginia. No one could register to vote until they replaced the election workers. The same thing happened in Lincoln County, Montana, home to 15,000 people, and in Gillespie County, Texas, home to 27,000. And this is just the information we know
Oh
about.
man, I'm
The Brennan
tired.
Center estimates that nearly half of all harassment and intimidation directed at election officials goes unreported. Despite hundreds and hundreds of reported threats against election workers, only about 15 people nationwide have been charged for the crimes. 15. And this is due in large part to the tricky nature of prosecuting both anonymous people on the internet and figuring out what counts as protected speech under the Constitution.
Is he kinda
Stick
bought
around to
out?
the end and we'll get a little bit more into the weeds on those issues. Election workers, of course, aren't the only ones on the receiving end of violent threats and harassment. As I've already said, numerous state-elected officials, members of Congress, and even members of local school boards have received threats stemming from their work in government, including those Christmas swatting calls, threatening phone calls and online messages, and doxing, where an anonymous poster shares the address and phone number of targets online to promote further abuse against them. According to a recent Vox article, again linked in the research notes on our Patreon community, in 2016, prior to the election of Donald Trump, the Capitol Police recorded less than 900 threats against members of Congress. In 2017, after his election, that number quadrupled and continued to increase every year until they peaked at 9,700 in 2021. Journalists at the Washington Post reviewed the FEC filings of candidates for the House and Senate and found that the amount of money those candidates were spending on their personal security had increased by 500% between 2020 and 2022.
I was honestly hoping that that guy bought it out.
Or even just plain backed up, then give Zupu a try for 7 days. It contains the perfect dose.
After the 2020 election, numerous lawsuits were filed to challenge the results of the election or to challenge the voting processes carried out during those elections, to challenge voting rights abuses during the elections, and to challenge Trump's ability to run in future elections. This, in addition to the numerous judges who have touched the numerous civil and 91 criminal charges involving Trump over the last year or so, means that judges are also on the receiving end of threats and intimidation. The Colorado Supreme Court came under attack after deeming Trump ineligible to run for the presidency in that state because he literally participated in an insurrection, which is like not very presidential.
No, he didn't. What was that move?
Frankly, after the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled in December 2020 to uphold Biden's victory over Trump in that state, they too were faced with a barrage of threats. Those threats have continued as the Wisconsin Supreme Court has flipped from majority conservative to majority liberal in a state that I personally live less than an hour away from but avoid like the plague because those are some fucking backwoods folks. Okay? Stephen Avery making a murderer, that's the whole damn state. And they got a liberal Supreme Court? One of the justices, Jill Karofsky, is recently quoted as saying, "I'm really worried that there is going to be a tragedy. I believe people when they say that they want to hurt us or kill us. I don't think they're idle threats." And anecdotally, those threats have been on the rise, though it's impossible to know how big of an increase has occurred in threats against local officials, school board members, and judges because no one's been keeping records for very long because there was no need. This level of threat is unprecedented. This type of behavior on a national level or local level did not happen before Donald Trump. While no one on any part of the political spectrum is completely safe from the increased political violence here, there is a common theme in much of the rhetoric and attacks in recent years.
Yes.
And that is Donald Trump. The vast majority of violent threats are coming from people on the far right. The Anti-Defamation League found that there have been over 170 deaths linked to right-wing extremism in the past 5 years. In that same time, 3 deaths have been linked to left-wing extremism. In fact, in the decade between 2013 and 2022, 95% of incidents in which extremists killed someone were committed by people motivated by right-wing ideologies.
Oh my goodness.
And throughout his campaign and presidency, Donald Trump did nothing to dissuade
People who have been prosecuted for it. They Black Lives Matter, they killed a shit ton of people during that time.
Supporters,
But they didn't prosecute them.
from
So
violent words or actions, even at times appearing to egg them on.
I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. I'd like to punch him in the face. Maybe he should have been roughed up. If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of him, would you? If you do, I'll defend you in court. Don't worry about it.
And surges of violence against individuals happen like clockwork whenever that individual is mentioned in Trump's speeches and social media posts. And his political allies have followed suit, reinforcing his violent rhetoric and further encouraging his base of supporters by legitimizing language that should be roundly condemned. And while of course Democratic officials are vulnerable to violence from the far right, see for example the elaborate kidnapping plot
is
against
Red
the
botting
Governor of
out
Michigan,
now?
Gretchen Whitmer, ironically, much of the violence and threats are against other Republicans, especially those who speak out against Donald Trump. Gabriel Sterling
no.
was an election official in Georgia during the 2020 election. Despite being a Republican, he spoke out against Trump's attempts to cast doubt on the election results in Georgia. On top of being one of the numerous officials who were swatted over the holidays, he's been repeatedly threatened and harassed since the 2020 election. Former Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, whose name alone should make it obvious that he is definitely a Republican, I mean, just look at this guy, he testified before the House committee investigating the January 6th attack. He was also swatted during the holidays. Someone called the cops claiming there was a murdered woman and a pipe bomb in his home, leading the cops to surround his suburban house with his wife and grandson inside. And while this violence often accompanies election-related conspiracies, the current indictments and legal cases against Trump have only instigated his followers further, as evidenced by a recent article from the New Republic titled, "The Right-Wing Conspiracy Fest is More Openly Bloodthirsty Than Before." In it, the reporter chronicles her experience attending the Reawaken America tour in Las Vegas, a yearly conference launched by conspiracy theorist and COVID horse drug hawker Clay Clark, in partnership with former National Security Advisor Mike Flynn and the My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell. Eric Trump is a frequent guest speaker, Robert Kennedy Jr. has given speeches, Roseanne Barr has made an appearance, and Alex Jones is a common guest speaker as well. According to this article, the undisputed champion of the Las Vegas crowd is Donald Trump. You were less likely to hear a bad word about Trump than about Jesus. And the language at this year's event was more heated than ever, with speakers openly calling to hang Anthony Fauci, kill Hunter Biden, and restore the rightful president of America through Nuremberg Trials 2.0. Mike Flynn used the event to sell his latest book, The Citizen's Guide to Fifth-Generation Warfare, to prepare Americans and freedom-loving people everywhere for our current global wartime reality. And these indictments against Trump further prove the conspiracies they already believe in, and only furthers their drive to beat back the oncoming forces of evil that are coming to take over America from its rightful patriots. And of course, this is one marginal group in Las Vegas, but prominent, if disgraced, Republican and right-wing leaders were in attendance, and this is not an isolated sentiment. Please see all 3 parts of my Lawyer Reacts to Alt-Right TikTok series. These people are scared. Increasingly, they see violence as the sole answer, and they're looking for anything to confirm the conspiracy theories they already believe, a phenomenon called confirmation bias that can lead people down further and further rabbit holes until their entire sense of reality is based on fictions fabricated in QAnon chat rooms and reinforced by underground blogs, which are then given further legitimacy by news organizations like Breitbart and the Daily Wire, so that these people end up on TikTok screaming about being under attack while sitting in their quiet trailer park in rural Oklahoma or wherever. And all of this serves Trump, and he knows it. Earlier in January, Donald Trump publicly threatened that there would be bedlam if the criminal charges against him caused him to lose the 2024
Hopefully
election.
it doesn't
and
hit
his
that.
rhetoric only plays into the fears
37. Yes.
members of his already radicalized base, putting more and more pressure on this upcoming presidential election such that the stakes feel higher than ever. They feel like life or death. And all the while, the actual documented threat, both physically to our elected officials and societally to our democracy, is coming from the very people who are screaming about stolen elections and existential threats. The call is coming from inside the House, and it has the potential to take us all down with it.
I never really planned on this being a company. My background's in design and branding, and I was working for a variety of tech companies, designing websites and living a really healthy lifestyle, but I was drinking tons of coffee, started to not sleep well, and I started to explore a morning ritual that was more than just a vessel for high doses of caffeine. I started bringing this with me to the office, and people would just be like, "What? What is that?" I would tell them it's mud water, kind of as a joke, so I started making it for them. A couple months after that, I put up a website, started sharing it with others. Since then, we've sold around 2 million orders, built an amazing team, and yeah, if you want to give it a try, let us know what you think.
Time is something no one can escape. No matter which path you choose, it delivers us all to the same end. Soon, the end will come. It's all up to you now. The time has come to wield your power, accept your destiny, and seal your fate.
Whoa.
And while we've talked about the facts and figures of the growing threat against government officials at all levels and in every branch of government, let's talk about how this increased violence poses a very real threat to democracy itself. The most obvious and direct outcome, the outcome that these perpetrators of violence are likely actively seeking, is intimidation. While the actual violent outcomes, the physical attacks, January 6th, etc., are of course horrific, the following through of the violence isn't necessary in order to enact control over politicians and change political outcomes. Like I said before, there is no day job that I would lay my life on the line for, and a lot of people feel the same. This increasing fear of violence is enough to intimidate political leaders and influence their decision-making. These threats could also influence judges, who are at least in theory meant to be the neutral arbiters and interpreters of the law. How can you neutrally interpret what the law says when you know that a certain decision could put your child and spouse at risk? Not theoretically, but literally. I say this a lot. Judges aren't supreme beings who float above the fray and provide perfectly unbiased legal analysis. They're humans. And fight or flight trumps cognitive function even for the most just, intelligent jurist. That has real consequences for democracy because it undermines public trust in the judicial system when even if you elect a well-liked and impartial judge, you know that judge can be swayed by fear of physical harm to themselves or their family. Controlling judges through threat and intimidation is inherently undemocratic. Congresspeople are even less immune to the control that threats can exert over their actions and decision-making. And while again, certain Democratic members of Congress face individual threats against them, it's actually within the Republican Party where threats of violence have more sway. This is because Democrats have more power in numbers. They all mostly disagree with the right-wing stances, and that's not surprising. But those Republicans who step out of line with the extremist views often espoused by those prone to issuing threats of violence, aka mostly Trump supporters, are the ones more likely to receive pointed threats against them and their families, and therefore more likely to toe the line out of fear for their physical safety. And this isn't just a theory. A recent biography of Mitt Romney by McKay Coppins revealed that Romney had numerous discussions with fellow Republican politicians who explicitly stated that they were changing their votes out of fear. At one point in the biography, Coppins writes, one Republican congressman confided to Romney that he wanted to vote for Trump's second impeachment, but chose not to out of fear for his family's safety. The congressman reasoned that Trump would be impeached by House Democrats with or without him. Why put his wife and children at risk if it wouldn't change the outcome? The same conversation happened again during Trump's Senate impeachment trial, when one senator, a member of leadership, said he was leaning leaning towards voting to convict, the others urged him to reconsider. You can't do that, Romney recalled someone saying. Think of your personal safety, said another. Think of your children. The senator eventually
I thought he
decided
was
they
going
were
to
right.
slam
And
him.
this has been documented elsewhere as well. Former Ohio Congressman Anthony Gonzalez deemed the hostility he faced after opposing Trump to be too much of a risk for his family. Representatives Liz Cheney and Peter Meyer described hearing similar fears from other legislators as well. And all three of these legislators all resigned or were beaten in primaries, largely because their own party turned against them for
I don't know why he didn't take.
speaking out about Trump. And these resignations are happening at a local level as well, creating a chilling effect even within the Republican Party. And not only do these threats affect the people actively serving in office, they also affect long-term who will run for office and be in office in the future, because it dissuades people from running, opening the doors for others, maybe those who have less to fear because they're aligned with the would-be threat, to take the reins of government. Additionally, women and people of color who are already more likely to face violent threats in the first place because they'll be even more likely to step away from work that exposes them to threats. And at that point, it doesn't matter whether or not the threats coming in against public officials are credible, or whether they even exist at all. The threat of threats, the fact that so many threats exist, is enough to create real, tangible political
What's up?
consequences to literally change the outcome of votes, because people, especially within the Republican Party, are willing to do what it takes to avoid being the next target. Again, the call is coming from inside the House, and it's pushing out those Republicans who might be more centrist, who may push against the more extremist factions of their party, and who may be willing to put the continuation of democracy above their political rivalries. With them gone and the rest intimidated into silence, we're seeing a Republican Party generally in lockstep with Trump supporters, even after 91 criminal charges against him, even though many of them, secretly, don't agree with him at all. A reminder that most of Congress is white, male, and wealthy. If some of the wealthiest, most powerful people in our country can be intimidated into silence, despite having money to pay $5,000 a day for personal security like Mitt Romney does, or buy literal body armor like former Representative Peter Meyer did, how does this type of intimidation impact democracy on a local level? For example, according to the Brennan Center, the typical local election official is a 50 to 64-year-old woman who earns about $50,000 a year and took the job because she wanted to serve her community. She doesn't have money to hire a bodyguard. She probably lives in a one-story rambler in the suburbs and has her grandkids over for Sunday dinners. And now she's got some sovereign citizen named Bart calling her at 3 a.m. saying he's gonna lynch her children. Of course she's gonna quit. And that's why we're seeing, all across the country, unprecedented levels of turnover among election officials. The people who ensure the smooth and secure running of our elections. They are quitting at alarming rates because of the fear and intimidation they have faced non-stop since the 2020 election. And this too has very real, tangible consequences for our democracy. Typical jobs performed by election officials include voter registration and list maintenance, election law compliance, public relations and communications, voting machine storage and maintenance, and protecting the election system, which has been deemed critical infrastructure from foreign influence and cyber attacks. This despite the fact that many local election officials are criminally underfunded. Many officials undergo what's called a cyber hygiene scan or physical security assessment from CISA, the Federal Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and are then tasked at implementing changes to further enhance the security of our elections. However, many election officials report not being able to implement those required changes due to budget constraints, especially now that many election centers are having to increase physical security and personnel in order to deal with the onslaught of protesters and violence being directed at them while they're trying to do their jobs. The great irony, of course, being that in protesting against election fraud and claiming widespread election insecurity, these protesters are causing the very insecurity they fear. What's more, as we see unprecedented numbers of election officials walk off the job, we're losing years, if not decades, of election administration expertise and experience in every county, in every state in this country, as these seasoned officials are replaced by less experienced workers who are more likely to make mistakes, which then, in turn, can create greater chaos in an environment where conspiracy theorists are looking for any error they can find to validate their beliefs, even if the error is unintentional and had zero impact on the outcome of an election. Again, 20% of election officials will be running their very first presidential election in November. For example, when a single Michigan county with fewer than 20,000 voters reported incorrect results for the 2020 election, that mistake was immediately amplified by election deniers into a broad conspiracy that Dominion voting systems had rigged the election. The mistake was quickly corrected, and multiple subsequent audits and recounts confirmed the accuracy of the voting equipment. But that doesn't matter. Once disinformation information gets out there and people believe in it, it becomes nearly impossible to convince them otherwise. On top of all this, the rapid turnover of election officials can open the door for those who believe in the big lie to take the reins of administering our elections. The Brennan Center found that 43% of local election officials fear that their new colleagues might believe in election fraud conspiracy. Since the 2020 election, there have been 17 reported incidents where supporters of the big lie gained or attempted to gain access to voting equipment to find evidence to back up their conspiracy theories. For example, again in Michigan, a local clerk refused to allow a vendor to perform routine maintenance on a voting machine because they believed that the maintenance would erase the data that could prove the machines were rigged. One Colorado elections clerk let a conspiracy theorist into the building to access the county's voting equipment, which then led election deniers to publicly share passwords for the voting system, requiring the Colorado Secretary of State to decommission the equipment because the state could no longer be confident in the integrity of the systems, not because they were rigged to steal elections, but because conspiracy theorists tampered with them and then publicly shared their passwords. These instances could become more common as more and more of our election officials quit in the face of increasing threats of political violence. And all of this combined, the conspiracy theories of stolen elections, Trump supporters' continued unwavering support despite numerous criminal indictments, the memory of January 6th, the continued erosion of trust in democratic principles and the US government as a whole, all means that the 2024 presidential election feels monumental. It feels existential for both sides. And increasingly, because of Donald Trump and his rhetoric, violence is being seen as a legitimate way to further the right's political goals. Again, you can see it in right-wing TikToks and internet content. You can see it in the dramatic uptick of threats of political violence coming from the right. And you can see it in the uptick of actual violence from extremists, which almost exclusively is perpetrated by right-wing activists. Since 2015, there have been at least 41 criminal cases in which the defendant invoked Trump as inspiration for a violent act or threat of violence. There are no comparable cases involving Trump's predecessors, Obama and Bush, each of whom served twice as long in office as Trump did. And this extremist culture grows as civic culture and trust in democratic institutions continues to fracture and weaken. And as this acceptance of the use of violence for political ends grows, that in turn further legitimizes those who would commit violent acts, because they increasingly see it as justified because they're doing it in their community's best interests. And studies have shown that people are substantially more likely to engage in political violence when they feel they have permission from their political representatives to do so. And not only has their favorite political representative, Trump, made repeated positive remarks about violence, he's also facing literal criminal charges, which he dismisses as political theater, implicitly indicating that the laws of this country aren't legitimate and therefore breaking them is fair game. This level of acceptance of violence was seen in the 1850s, prior to the Civil War. It had happened on both sides of the aisle. Pro-slavery Democrats passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, which violated the Missouri Compromise and opened the Western territories to slavery. Then they used coercion and violence to rig the elections in those territories, with border ruffians storming Kansas territory, stuffing ballot boxes, and assaulting and killing free state settlers. The violence made its way to Congress itself when anti-slavery Republican Charles Sumner delivered a speech called The Crime Against Kansas, and in response, a Democratic congressman from South Carolina beat him nearly to death on the Senate floor with a steel-tipped cane. Numerous physical altercations followed in the walls of Congress. Pro-slavery congressmen began showing up armed on the House floor, threatened their northern colleagues with physical assault, and talked openly of civil war. On the anti-slavery side, the New England Emigrant Aid Company distributed rifles to homesteaders relocating to Kansas to fight off the border ruffians, and the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society furnished material support for armed insurrections by enslaved people. This combined to normalize political violence on both sides of the aisle and every level of government and society, and culminated in the Civil War.
All right, there we go. I'm done.